just kind of losing myself to different kind of styles of illustration that were kind of in at the time, or
you just used the S word, by the way.
I did use the S word. I used it in a negative way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good then. Yeah, you're allowed.
It's time for Gab and Doodle.
Hello, everybody. For anybody on the East Coast with me here, good morning. Huh? I don't even know. This may truly, I'm trying to get my feet up here. This may truly be the first time that I've ever done a Gab and Doodle in the morning. I might have done one ages ago, but I doubt it. But the good thing about this being so early is that we're able to get an amazing guest for the day, who I will let in just 1 second. I'm gonna wave back to them, and I'll let them in just a minute. But it also allows people in different locations who wouldn't normally be able to watch or join have the opportunity to watch live and potentially ask questions. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to type into the comments here, ask us anything, and I will try to keep an eye on it. As we go along, you can just put stuff into the comments, and I will ask accordingly, assuming that I see them. And then the other thing... this is the first one of the year, so I'm just going to sort of go through a couple of things real quick that I say all the time, but just as a reminder, for anybody that's watching that doesn't normally watch, these get, once we're done for the day, they immediately go on my Instagram feed, where you can watch them there, and you can scroll through it and whatnot. It's a little difficult just because most of the time you're on your phone, but I also upload them to YouTube, and so I have a YouTube that's Studiohoffmann, or at Studiohoffmann, or whatever. If you just type in my URL here, or my what do they call that? My username on Instagram into YouTube, you will find Gab and Doodles there. There's lots and lots and lots of them that have been posted, and then you can sort of watch through the whole thing a little bit easier. And so that happens a few days after, so just know that will be coming up. But before I get into it, Happy New Year, 2025. This is the first one of the year. We have a lineup going out months at this point of folks coming, so it's not stopping of any sort. So I'm going to let our special guest in. Our special guest today is Melissa. Where'd that come from? Melissa Castrillon. And right there, it's backwards, I know. One of the things that I was very happy when we were able to land Melissa to be on the show is I have always appreciated how beautiful the books that she makes are. And in fact, to a point wherein when students ask me, hey, can you show me books that are beautiful? This is the first one that I go to. This is one where I'm just like, you got to look at the like love and detail and the sort of richness of all the colors and everything in this. So we're going to have a chance to talk. I'm going to let our special guest in, and we will get going for the day. And I wait. The invite has been sent. There we go.
Hello.
Hey!
Hi. It all worked.
It worked. It worked.
Thanks for having me, Mark.
You're not upside down.
I'm not upside down. Thank God for you. Yeah.
The tech wizard that I am. So thank you for joining us. You're the first one of the year, which is big. You are the first one from Europe for the season.
Yeah.
Because
wait, are we technically Europe?
Wait, where are you again? You're in.
I'd like to think we're Europe.
You're in England, right? Yeah. I mean, I call it Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not part of the European Union anymore.
No.
But I refer to that clump as Europe.
Yeah.
But this is one of those ones where during my winter break we're able to like shift the time so we can have people on from around the world that we wouldn't normally have the chance, because it would normally be in the middle of the morning, like 2 or 3 in the morning for you when we would normally start.
Yeah. No, I think it would be, I think it was it was supposed to be it was going to be in the evening, and because my little one sleeps in the room next door, I was like, oh, I'm really loud as well. I can't speak quietly. So I was like, no. But thank you for having me in the morning.
Yeah, not a problem. This is exciting. It's one of the rare instances where I actually have like light coming in a window, because I normally start at 8 at night. And so normally it's like dark out. Yeah, it's dark out and I don't see any extra light. So I get this like beautiful daylight sort of breaking in. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I've already gone through a couple of things with you, but I'm going to announce them to the audience just in case. And then which is if the internet drops, we'll be back on as quickly as we can. Two, this is, all right, that's all I think I got to say to the audience. But again, to you, I appreciate your time and the, especially since you have a little one that you can give any time at all. And so if you are tired or spent at any point, or you just get bored, feel free to let me know and hop off, and it won't be an issue.
Thank you. I won't though. I mean, I'm tired all the time, but won't get bored.
Yeah, tired. I'm already tired, so it's I might hop off early and let you host the whole thing.
Just leave me to it.
Yeah. So why don't you tell people who you are and what you do? Everybody watching should know already, but just in case.
Yeah. So I am an illustrator full-time. Have been for like 10 years. I spend most of the time illustrating picture books for children, and I do also illustrate a lot of book covers, which I love doing because my love is kind of in page design. My work is very intricate. I love bright colors and unusual color palettes. I'm kind of a printer at heart, so my work is produced in layers of color, digitally for picture books, but I still try and do a bit of printmaking, but I don't really have time at the moment. Is
your background in print originally?
I did a lot of print when I was doing my MA in children's book illustration. That's where my love came from it. Like mainly screen printing, but I don't really have the facilities.
That's a lot of work.
It's a lot
for an image.
Yeah, and you can't, if you wanted to do a whole book. I've never done a book screen printed before. It would be a lot of work. But the way I create images are like screen prints, apart from the color stage, which is digital. But yeah.
It's like Joo Hee-yoon does a like not all the time.
Oh, she's amazing.
Sort of faux screen print process.
Yeah.
And even Sean Harris with his First Cat in Space Ate Pizza series that he does with graphite, but he does a process where it's lots of layers and transparencies and things of the sort.
That's kind of what I do.
Yeah. There's a certain mindset to that of like understanding when you stack colors, like how they're going to come out. And I actually today I'm going to be doing the process I do to figure out. So I'm going to be doing it in colored pencil, because that's kind of the stage I do before doing the final, because the final is all in this graphite pencil. So I thought it'd make more interesting if I did it in colored pencil, so it's more vibrant. That'd be cool to see, like the thought process of how you layer and stack, because it's so out of range for me. Like I'm much more of a like I need it flat and can't think of layers in the same way. And so this will be fun. I might, as we're working, I might have to like prevent myself from watching the screen. I have a feed here so I can see like what's going on. And I might have to prevent myself from looking at it too much. So I said right off the bat that one of the things that I've always appreciated about your work is just how beautiful it is. And I don't use that sort of facetiously or sort of in a I don't even know what facetious, I can't even say it. I don't know what that means.
Facetiously.
Yeah. I'm not throwing it around willy-nilly. It is one of those things where like on the shelf looking at your books, it is so instantly like decorative and ornate and beautiful right off the bat that I said at the beginning here that I had a student, a couple of students actually have come to me over the years saying like, I'm trying to figure out how to make my work prettier. Oh. And the first thing I do is like, okay, I got to go grab this book. I got to grab this book and like throw it in front of them and see what happens. And it's one of those ones where it just like, you can tell you're an amazing designer and have an understanding. Like when you said page layout, that you really love page layout. I'm like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Get it. Yeah.
I love it. I love, I find it really fun to try and, so I've got the text, trying to figure out really fun ways of designing imagery around text, whether or not it's around the text or the text is kind of like in something or just playful ways. I love it so much.
So I want to ask a real technical question before we start to draw, and we're going to draw here in a second and make. But do you get galleys of the books first?
Yeah, like kind of like PDFs with the text just like blank. Yeah, tends to work better if the publisher kind of splits the text up. It can be, and then I can then be like, okay, so the text goes on this page, and then I can figure out how to. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. The idea of they've split it apart. Sometimes they want it like in a specific spot.
Oh.
And I'm wondering, like, do you design? Because I'm someone who likes. I like to be able to design around the type too. Like I place all the type before I start sketching, basically. But I also, a lot of the publishers I've worked with have allowed me to sort of take that block of type and move it where I want.
Yes. No, I think I would struggle if that wasn't the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was wondering, like how tight are the parameters that you got to work with when
I like to be able to have quite a lot of input with that because it's really dependent on the design. Okay. And sometimes I've kind of suggested maybe if we split the text, or maybe it'd be more fun to have this bit of text on the next page. So sometimes I do make those suggestions, and they're usually well received.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, again, the way that you operate and the way that you lay out a page, like, I doubt anybody would sit there and go, no, bad idea.
You figure it out.
Yeah,
this is how it is.
So why don't we switch to our down shoots? And we can just start making. And I have lots of questions, and sort of the rule of thumb is, as we're working, if you want to change subject or anything, don't hesitate, just yell at me, and you can go anywhere and everywhere. If you want to talk sleep deprivation from having a young kid, we can talk about that. We can talk about anything. So let's switch to our down sheets and we can just start working and go.
Yeah, if you give me a shout, let me know if I'm like
okay
it's
we'll do.
Working.
Just watching rotation.
See?
Wait, flip it the other way, and then switch your.
Oh wait, is it pointing upwards?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Flip it the other way, and then do the little arrows. Otherwise, it's gonna be upside down.
How do I flip it?
You got to rotate the top of it away from you, the bottom towards you.
Do I flip it on the phone though?
Yeah, on the phone you would there's a little circle with arrows.
I can't see it. Where is it? Is it hidden by your
I'm not sure where it's going to be on yours. On mine it's on my screen part of it. And yours should be probably towards the bottom.
Is it in the middle? Wait a second. This is confusing. I might need to take it out. I can't see it's not doing anything. Sorry, guys.
Because that's right. You have the screen strapped into the thing. I was like, what? So is
it in the middle? Is it in the middle?
It might be. It might
annoying.
Be.
Oh, it is annoying.
That's why. Okay, it's hidden by the thing that's holding the phone in. Uh-oh, we lost. I'm assuming. Are we still a go?
You got me.
There we go. I was trying to keep an eye on. Okay, I see books right now.
I keep trying to flip it, but it's not working. It keeps going to, wait, I'm going to take it out. There we go. Okay.
We almost had it figured out initially. We needed to...
We did. So annoying.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there.
I mean, if it's 3 hours of this, then people will laugh for 3 hours.
Please stay with us, people.
Yeah, for someone who has so much skill with art, it's wait, what? Oh, that's primary. I'm trying to find the right color here. I pre-planned all my colors, and I'm trying to find that's yellow deep. I guess I don't have a yellow medium open.
Keeps
all right.
being funny. One sec. Please play ball.
It's exciting. It's like, it's
Okay. There we go.
will they, won't they?
I know.
Situation.
Can you see it?
Yes, it's upside down right now, though.
Ow! So I need to do it like that?
Yes, just like that.
Yay. Okay.
So we know
the
the
thing
orientation.
Is that all right?
Yes, perfect.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay. Oh, what a palaver. Thank you.
Wait, what'd you say? What a what?
Palaver.
What's that mean?
Oh, is it maybe a British thing? Or maybe it's one of the things that my mum used to say. So it might not even be a thing. Like, kind of, yeah, like palaver. I guess that would be like what a pain in the butt.
Oh, okay.
But they're really kind of like posh way of saying it.
But that's a real word. It's not you making up a word or your mom
it's
making
like
up a word.
probably quite middle class actually.
I've never heard it. It's got to be, yeah. I mean, maybe it's here in the U.S. and I'm just I'm not privy to smart words. I'm a little lowbrow on certain things. So so let's jump into chat and we can just start making. But tell me a little bit about let's get some of the like the standard stuff out of the way. How did you get started? Like, give us a little background.
So I was like one of these kids. I've always known what I wanted to do. If we're going to go all the way back very briefly,
Okay.
When kids were like, I want to be a ballerina, I always knew I wanted to be an illustrator. Yeah, I always knew that, so that was amazing.
Did you know what an illustrator was early on?
Yeah, I was really lucky actually. The primary school that I went to, which I guess is elementary school in the US. Yep. Primary school I went to, I remember when we were like year one, when I must have been about 5 years old, they had an illustrator author come in.
Okay.
And he came in and did kind of, I think it was a week-long kind of workshop with us where we developed like a little story and then illustrated it and made it into a book. And that was the first time I was like, wow, so wait, you can do this as a job. You don't have to stop drawing when you're an adult. Yeah. So that was, as soon as I knew that, I was like, okay, that's what I want to do. And that illustrator, actually, that's James Mayhew, and he taught on the MA that I did when I was in my 20s. Yeah, so that was bizarre. That was like, I told him that, and he was like, oh, thanks. You made me feel really old. Thank you. Yeah, so since then, I've just always known that's what I wanted to do. I didn't know how I was going to get there, though, but I just kind of muddled through, figured it out.
It's one of those ones where, like, knowing what an illustrator is, or the difference between an illustrator and just a like fine artist, is something most people don't know until much later in life. Because, like, even in my case, I'm sure that there were kidlit people that came to my elementary school at some point, but I just didn't connect the dots until much later.
Yeah.
That's kind of awesome, actually, that you had that sort of that foundation to be able to know early on.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing, like as a kid to kind of know that, especially when all the other kids are like, I want to be a fireman, which is totally great job.
You're trying to back it up real quick.
It's a great job, be a fireman, or a fire lady. But yeah, just to know that is a thing, was really huge life-changing thing at 5 years old.
Yeah, when you were that young and you had this, premonition that you're going to be an illustrator of some sort later on in life, did it actually seem, and this is me sort of like maybe projecting here, but did it seem feasible, or was it sort of a pipe dream?
No.
At that age?
Yeah, no, I didn't see feasible. It was very much like I'd accepted from quite, I'd accepted that I was likely going to have a day job for the rest of my life, but still do this because it's what I love doing. And I kind of accepted it. I was like, no, well, I love doing it. I'm not going to stop doing it because I'm not doing it for the money. Because if I was doing it for the money, I'd be crazy. So I kind of accepted that. And I think that was quite a good thing because it was just, So it meant that when I started making a bit of money out of it, I was like, whoa, what?
Yeah,
this is cool.
This is actually, like, all of a sudden the finish line seemed a little bit closer.
Yeah.
At that point. Yeah.
Yeah, totally.
Is it?
And
oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please.
I didn't come from a family that earned much money. Like, we never really had much money, so money was never a goal of success.
Yeah.
It was never kind of, it was never I was quite lucky. My parents never kind of presented life as that, as money is the goal.
Yeah.
It's doing something that you love. But it's funny because my mum, when I'd actually been freelancing for, and I'd started actually being able to support myself, and she was like, now is the time to air my feelings. And she was like, I didn't tell you this because I didn't want to put you off, but I was kind of accepting that I was going to have to look after you financially for the rest of your life. And I was like, oh, thanks for not telling me that. So I
was going to actually ask that, like, even though they're supportive of, like, you want to do, you want to be, and I think that's like parents, or at least most parents, I would hope, want to be supportive of their kids' dreams, but also there's the reality of life setting in.
Yeah.
And maybe it's not always as beautiful as you hope. So yeah, now that you can support yourself, you can. She's happy, I assume.
Yeah, she's happy. She's very proud. Yeah, very proud that. I think it's my mum. I come from a very creative family. My dad is a photographer, and my mum was always doing something creative when I was growing up, like whether it was painting or sewing or. So yeah, we always had a lot of creativity in the house growing up. And yeah, and my brother, I have an older brother, and he was always so good at drawing, kind of photographic type, could draw something from a very young age and make it look exactly like how it is in real life. And we were very competitive, so I was always trying to be better than him but failing.
And is he doing that now though?
No, so you
won.
He does computers. He's a very kind of technical person. He does computer-based stuff.
But you won that fight then, because you're.
Well, I don't know if I won. I think it was like, thanks though. No, but he's really proud of me too, which is really sweet. Yeah, I think the difference is that my imagination is quite wild, rather than my technical ability. Like, I think I think imagination is just as important as technical ability.
I
If
forget
not
if it was
more, I think.
the last Gavin Doodle or something where we were talking about likenesses. I was talking about likenesses with somebody, and I am not good with likenesses at all.
What you mean, like drawing things or people? How
they actually look?
Yeah.
Not necessarily things I can do, but people. I've never been able to be one of those people that can sit down and like watch a TV show and draw an actor in a like way that looks like them.
No.
I get a general gist of what it is, but I cannot like visually see the nuance to someone's face that makes them quintessentially them.
No, I've also found not found as much satisfaction doing that. Like, I remember it just reminds me of school where they put some fruit in front of you and they say, draw it exactly how it looks. And yeah, I never really got on with art in school particularly, because it kind of sucked out your personality.
Yeah. I mean, we had the same thing where it was the classic assignment that we got in sort of high school was take a newspaper photograph or you know a magazine photograph or something like that, cut it in half and draw the other half. And so it's all photorealism.
Oh man, yeah.
And it's not.
Or draw it like Picasso, or draw it like You're
not actually having any say in the matter. And I think that art in general, like that's always been a challenge of how do you. I mean, I guess it's the question of what your voice is or what your visual vocabulary is early on. And I didn't know that was the issue of like I really wanted to say something slightly different than just replication of imagery. With the art background, and like you said like you didn't enjoy it in school. Was it something that you spent most of the time outside of school making then?
Oh yeah, I spent a lot of time just at home or out and about drawing. Yeah, because school definitely, like, I feel sorry for the kids at school now because they get a lot less art and kind of craft time than we did when we were younger. Like, the school system when I was growing up, it was better for how much time you could spend doing creative things than it is now. Now it's just like you hardly get any time.
Yeah, math.
But yeah, no, I spent a lot of time. I was one of those kids that spent a lot of time at home drawing and creating. It was just like breathing, and it still is. It's almost kind of been part of my identity for as long as I can remember.
Yeah. Is there looking back at that sort of era, was it a lot of self-taught aspects, or like, I mean, obviously like art classes in school were not the big hit for you, but were you still taking them and learning stuff, or was it?
Yeah, it's definitely learning things. I think, again, I took a lot from my older brother. He did a lot of drawing. We both did when we were growing up. So I think it was actually having the competitives are very quietly competitive, or not so quietly competitive. And so it kind of spurred me on. I was like, just determination, because I saw how good he was. So I really wanted to be as good as he was. But it's not, it wasn't just that. It's just, I don't know, it's just love it. I just, I think there's something definitely passed down, something going on from my parents.
Yeah, some
kind of genetic thing. I'm convinced that. But it's odd because my dad can barely draw a stick man. But he has the best eye for composition because he's a photographer, and he sees things that other people don't see. And he just takes a photo, and it's just out of something very ordinary and just makes it look amazing. And so I think I was quite lucky. I got the kind of technical ability from my mum, and then the kind of eye for a composition from my dad.
The vision.
So it's kind of that that combination. I think it's quite lucky.
I think
to get.
most of the people that have on, there is some sort of like familial aspect to art, whether it, not necessarily that everybody has an artist for a parent or a parent for an artist, but more so just there is some creative outlet that they're allowed to play or be a little bit more artsy because of their parents' understanding, or having some sense of like it's important to put emphasis on the arts in some way.
100%. What about you with your kid? Like, have you been like super active with
we've tried art with him, but like my wife is also, she went to school for illustration and painting and
nice.
things of that sort.
My husband did too. Yeah.
And so it's not that it's like out of range for our kid of any sort to be in that or to have some interest in that world, but he is such a he can doodle, but I don't think he's an artist.
Yeah.
And he's heard me say this before, so I'm not trashing him. He is a he loves math and he loves structure.
Oh.
And so you give him rules and he loves it. And so like physics and engineering and that kind of stuff is totally in his wheelhouse, which is, not my cup of tea.
That's like the opposite of how my brain works. So I'm always amazed by people that can.
I can get by with some math, but he's gonna be one of those kids that like loves calculus, and I'm like, I have no.
That's amazing.
In sine waves and I don't even remember what those things are. Partially because I was just waiting for art class to happen, and it was just in the way. But there is he is creative when it comes to some of the engineering or like the building of blocks and things of the sort. And he has a very good mind for logic, and I think that it sounds silly because I don't know if it's like a real artistic thing that people think of, but problem solving is something that I think a good artist should be able to do.
100%. And
he really knows how to problem solve or try to work around the issues that he has, whether it be a math assignment or something of the sort.
That's amazing. We always joke that like my kid, he's 18 months old, and my husband, he went to art school as well, but we always joke that she's going to be an accountant because like just rebel, just do something different.
My joke every time is that I don't want my son to be an artist, not because I have a problem with artists, but more so I want some money to retire on, and one person in the family has to earn enough for me to retire.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of how my mum was thinking, but she didn't say it. Yeah. Just don't say it out loud.
Yeah. It's I've said this on here many a times with people, if there's new people here, being an artist is not always the most financially sound decision, and it's not always secure. I mean, there's a lot of jobs that aren't, but I feel like the arts in particular, there is no studio job or no long-term safety in it. Someone might like your style one day and then they don't like it the next.
Yeah, and also I've just opened a pension, so I've just started like trying to be an adult, because otherwise I don't get any money when we're old. So yeah, it's but I see it as like just like a small downside of what is like
an amazing
the best job in the world. Because it is great.
I mean,
but
with my teaching, the amount of like weird teaching and mentoring and making children's books, the amount of weird conversations that I have, or like things that I do that are just not commonplace everyday things, and then you stop and think for a minute, like I could have a desk job where I don't get to ask about how many teeth should a dragon have. And if that dragon were to have a cup of tea, would he hold his pinky finger out? That's the kind of thing that I get to ask on a regular basis. but it also comes with, a little hesitation here and there of where's the next paycheck coming from.
Yeah, because like, do you work on books?
Do I what?
You do books? Because I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, because I'm not like totally familiar with your work. I like when you asked me to do this, I was like, oh, nice work, and yes,
Yeah.
please. But I haven't.
Who is this guy?
Who
Yeah.
is this guy? How did he elude me for all this time? What lovely
No,
work.
I
But yeah, how long have you been
uh,
doing it?
I've been doing picture books for I guess about 10 years now,
Oh wow,
something like that.
yeah, same.
And I started out in editorial for a long time, and like when I went to school, I went for illustration, then I did editorial, and I worked in television animation and whatnot, and only recently came back to kids books.
Oh,
And I say come back to because I had an interest when I was in school.
yeah.
But yeah, there's a variety under my belt, let's put it that way. But it's also like I teach. I'm a professor
Yeah.
for my day job, and so
That must be so good though, to be able to. That's the downside. Like, I'm a very sociable person,
yeah,
and so spending like great swathes of my life, kind of in my head and doing this is great. But
yeah.
it's kind of, so whenever like anyone asks me to do things like this, I'm like, I jump at it. I'm like, yes, please, because
Conversation.
Yeah.
Well, do you have a crit group or anything?
Do I have a what?
A crit group?
No, I don't. What, with fellow illustrator friends?
Yeah.
No, we don't actually. That's a really good idea. I do have illustrator friends like Flavia Drago, who you had on.
Yep.
She lives like 20-minute walk from my house.
Yeah. You need to get together and like work in a cafe or get out and like just sketch periodically to break the monotony of being in a studio by yourself.
Yeah,
I do. That
totally.
is the reward of teaching, of I'm around other artists, and not even just artists that are in the same field, but artists in general. And so there's lots of ideas sort of being thrown around regularly. And
I think that's the thing, because I've had a kid recently. I was like, she's 18 months old, and I am the one earning the money. So my partner he is a full-time dad to her. So I'm the only one making the money in the house. So it's like the dynamics changed massively. Yeah. So time has become exponentially precious, to the point where I was like the queen of procrastination before. I can't. I'm like, I can't procrastinate. I've got to do work, because otherwise I'm not going to eat food. It's just create like this. That's the kind of the downside. I'm doing it for money. Obviously I do it because I love it, but at the moment it's the most in my life so far is like it's to earn money. So it does suck the kind of suck a little bit of the kind of
pleasure out of it.
Yeah, a little bit, but I know it's not going to be like that forever.
No, and
yeah,
and I think there's this notion that art always needs to be this self-expression thing, and always meant to be fun. And I'm a big advocate for the idea that sometimes it's a job, and it's an amazing job, but it's sometimes it's a job, and it's not always fun. And it's there's times where you got to work just because you got to pay bills, or whatever it may be. And I have students on the regular that sort of, I want them to do what they love, but I also have an understanding that what they love may not be the most financially sound decision, because of their aesthetic or their desire of the type of contracts that they want to take on. And you try to play parent a little bit and go like, okay, what about this? You ever think about this angle?
Yeah.
But you know, at the same time, you want to be supportive of whatever their interests are. Do you, now that you're the sole breadwinner in
Yeah.
this situation, do you feel like you're getting, and this is just and bear with me if this is something you don't want to answer, please don't answer. But I'm just wondering, do you feel like there's added pressure now to get
Oh yeah.
contracts? And
Yeah, there is added pressure. But I try and bury it deep inside because I'm worried that pressure is going to make my work stale, and
gotcha.
like I want to inject joy in it still, and so I try and forget about that and be like, no one's gonna die or starve to death. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm still gonna do it and enjoy it.
Yeah.
But yeah, there is that kind of like niggling bit at the back of my head where I'm like, gotta make the money.
Well, I've come to, like, there was a point in my career where I was worried about what the market would think a little too much. Let's put it that way. And I think that I didn't really make work that I thought I was happy with the work at the time.
Yeah.
But back on it, I realized I was sort of replicating what I thought other people wanted.
Oh man, yeah, that sucks. Like, and it, yeah, like I think a lot of people have been in that position, but it's good that you noticed it.
Yeah. Well, get yourself out of it. And I've told students and sort of sentimentally understand this myself, but you got to do what you love and find the market for it. And it may not be a huge market. It may not be big.
Yeah.
But it does make a difference in longevity and interest. So tell me a little bit about sort of entering the book world itself, because you said 10 years ago. How quickly rather, when you started, did you get contracts?
Yeah, so I did an MA in children's book illustration at Cambridge School of Art.
The MA, that's the one that I always think of.
Yes, the MA. Seriously, like I know everyone, like so many amazing illustrators have come out of that MA because for a reason. It's just life changing, really, that MA, and it really did, like, it honestly did change my life doing that MA. For anyone that's kind of intrigued, it's Cambridge School of Art, which is part of ARU, which is Anglia Ruskin University, in Cambridge here in the UK. I think it's the first MA of its kind in the world, solely for children's books. And so I did that. I finished that in 2014, and then it was like a year and a half after graduating that I then got my first picture book deal. But oddly enough, it wasn't through. It wasn't. Was it? Yeah, I guess it was through the MA because I produced work. Okay, so let me backtrack. So the MA is really good because you get to go to and show your work at the Bologna Children's Book Fair.
Like, given that you get to do that when you're part of that program?
Yeah, it's a given. Yeah, you get to do that, I think, which is amazing. You get to take your dummy books, so the books that you have kind of developed, and publishers get to see them, which is like the best kind of platform you could possibly hope for, really, because it's like the biggest children's book fair in the world. So like all of the publishers are there, and a lot of my peers got book contracts solely from being at that fair. I didn't, but I did off the back of the work that I made on my MA. But it just took a little longer. And and it was mainly through me plugging the heck out of myself on social media. And the publisher, Simon Schuster, who I first worked with, the first publisher who gave me my first book cover job, and then subsequently after that they asked me if I wanted to do a whole picture book, and I was like, yes please. And that was the picture book that you just showed.
That was the first picture book?
Yeah, that was my first picture book.
Wow.
Yeah, that came out like 8, 9 years ago. Yeah.
It's one of those ones where, like, I mean, it's one that I saw on the show. I'm trying to remember when I bought it, but it's one of the things where I look at it, and this is going to sound really trivial, I think, to a lot of people, but the production value on it.
Oh man, seriously.
With
yeah,
the foil on the cover.
I know.
Like the type of the stock they used for the cover and whatnot. I'm like,
I was beyond chuffed. I was like beyond happy about that. I mean, I would have taken it, whatever. Like, but yeah, the love that they put in, my beautiful, wonderful art director Lizzie Bromley, who I worked with, and sure I'm going to work with her again, but we worked non-stop on various projects for like 7 years. Yeah, they put so much love into that, the production of that book, the glorious
Simon.
The glorious foiling on the surprise foiling under the dust jacket.
Any time they do something that you're not expecting,
I love it.
Yeah, I've had a couple of books where like they've done some little like, you know, embossing or stuff, and I didn't notice in the, because they send, and some of them still send F&Gs or arcs, and it's not always in those copies, and then when you get the final one, you're like, whoa, they did this cool thing I wasn't expecting. And
I know.
Go ahead, please.
I've been really lucky to do quite a few books with them now, and I did a wordless book with them. My book, The Balcony, and yeah, they just had such. It was Paula Wiseman at Simon Schuster, and she just had. You just need like a publisher that really believes in you and will take risks.
Yeah.
And she was like, we want to do a picture book, and your own picture book. Now we've done loads of other people's. And she was like, what do you want to do? Just tell me some ideas. And I was in Berlin at the time, and I was going past all these beautiful balconies with like just cascading plants off these balconies, and yeah, it gave me the idea for the book The Balcony, which they published, and it was wordless, pretty much wordless, and then it won I was really lucky for it to win gold medal at the Society of Illustrators for that one.
Let me ask you a question on that, because this is one of those things where I always so my first book contract that I had, well, not my first, I guess my second, was a 2-book deal. And so the first book I had already done a dummy book for, and it was pretty straightforward, you know, they were buying that book, but the second one wasn't written. And then there was all of a sudden the time to do the second book, and it's okay, what do I do? There's lots of back and forth of this idea works, but this one doesn't. And, you know, even when one worked, it would work for a little bit. And then as you edit it, you realize it doesn't and whatnot. When they came to you and said, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
And you had the balcony idea. Was there lots of like back and forth? Were there ideas before that got nixed?
No, it's pretty much just that.
Wow.
Yeah. I just really love this idea, and they just Paula and Lizzie were just like, yeah, we really love this idea too. And I pretty much just kind of like wrote up the structure of it, which has to be really, when you do a wordless picture book, the structure has to be really good because
Yeah.
obviously you're just reading it through the pictures. And yeah, they were like, this is gonna be good, I like it. So, and yeah, I was just really lucky that it worked out like that.
Yeah, sort of smooth sailing on that one.
Huh?
I said smooth sailing.
Yeah.
The wordless picture book thing is so strange to me because I've never done. I'm someone who likes to. I use too many words, and to actually do something where I shut up is near impossible. But that idea of like, how do you write something that has no words, and how do you manage like the pitch process in that? Was it just sort of like a elevator pitch of here's what's going to happen, or did you actually
Pretty much. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was because it's basically because I think with wordless picture books, simpler is best. So it was literally like, I like the idea of a girl who lives in the country but then has to move into the city. So she's taken away from all this kind of like beautiful nature to this concrete jungle. Then she has a seed, and then she creates basically her own world, if you will, on this tiny balcony, and it sprawls, and then it invites all of the birds and creatures and animals that she'd missed so much, and also attracts friends from nearby buildings. So it kind of like, it's like opening up, taking control of her world and creating something beautiful. Yeah. And also it's just an excuse because I'm so visual and I love drawing plants. I was like, I just want to draw as many plants as possible. And that's pretty much all the books I've done. I've first thought, what do I want to draw? And then the story comes later. Yeah. Yeah.
Was the pitch for that, was it just a paragraph, or was it?
I think it was literally just an email. It was just emailed. It was just like, what do you think of this idea? And they were like, yeah, I like it.
Even funnier that it's not even a complicated like structure or anything. It's just sort of.
No, it was just, it was because I've got such a lovely relationship with them. It was very kind of like relaxed and be like, hey, how are you doing? So I've got this idea. Yeah.
That's funny. So now that you've been in picture books for 11 years? Let's see, 24.
Yeah, maybe.
11 years. Looking back on it all, not that this is the end of the road. But looking back, are there things that you would have done differently? Like had you had the opportunity to play a little differently or try something? Is there something that you wish you kind of had that opportunity?
Not really. I think there's lots of stuff that I still want to do, but I know that I've got plenty of time to explore new things. I've got so many things that I haven't done that I want to do. But I haven't really got anything that I regret. Like I feel like the trajectory and the path I've gone on has been really good. And I also like creating and selling stuff that I've made. Yeah. So I've very much been like always, well, if no one's going to hire me to do it, I'm just going to make it and sell it. So I'd like to do more of that. I think a lot more of that. Like I did a lot of fairs selling stuff last year.
Do you, out of curiosity, and this is one of those things where I'm always looking for content that I can share with students. We have lots and lots of students that love the idea of going out and selling prints and things of that sort. But one of my concerns is just how much effort has to go into that to break even sometimes.
Yeah, I think it's good to like start off doing things that have very minimal costs. Okay. Like, just prints. Because I started off just doing prints of stuff, which don't really cost that much to produce, and you can charge like a decent amount. And then once you've made like a decent like return on what you've done and sold, then I think kind of then
branch out a little and
like branch out to things that might cost a little bit more to produce. But yeah, I'd say definitely start small. Start small, because it's good to kind of see what. Again, it kind of sucks a bit because it's like good to see what sells well. But again, it goes back to just making stuff that you love making. But yeah, start small. Don't spend too much on production costs. I think that's the kind of key when you're starting.
I mean, just that idea of you don't want to make a bunch of product that's not going to sell. That is that is not the
it's
ideal.
like the most depressing thing in the world.
You need to make something that there is an audience for of some sort, but the audience doesn't have to be huge, and it doesn't have to be. You got to build an audience in some sense first. I just always worry about the cost to benefit ratio on that for students, and especially if they are strapped for cash. That
oh God,
how much can you put in before you run out of money, and then all of a sudden you can't do any more at all? Is such a challenging.
I would also say students, if they've got the facilities for free, well, they're not really free because you're paying like crazy amounts for. But if you've got the facilities to make the work to sell, do that.
Yeah.
Like use those facilities so much and earn some of that money that you've spent on tuition and stuff by selling, by making and selling things.
Yeah, don't.
That's what I was really lucky, because we had such a good print studio in at the Cambridge School of Art, and that's what I do. I'd spend loads of times just in this screen printing studio making screen prints and then selling them.
Do you think, and this is thinking about that sort of school program, do you think you would be where you are today if you had not done that?
If I had not done the MA?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The reason I ask is just thinking about like the people out there that are interested in Kidlit.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a value in it of going and doing something like that, but it is a chunk of change. It is a lifestyle shift, etc. And I'm wondering, like, I assume that the reward from it is positive, or like it's a positive experience, but I'm wondering, do you think you would still be able to get to the same results, maybe over a longer period of time, without it?
I think it is definitely possible. Yeah, I think it would. For me, I think it would have taken a lot longer. But I think the thing with me is that my work developed so much. Like my work completely changed from when I started the MA to now.
Gotcha.
And because of the MA introduced me to screen printing, and that changed my process of creating work and my work. Yeah, that's kind of where I got, I don't know what you call it, visual language.
Yep.
We weren't allowed to use the word style, the S word, so we say visual language. So yeah, I think screen, because I wouldn't have had those facilities otherwise. I think the best thing, if you're really trying to find yourself and the way you work, is to try as many different processes and ways of working as possible, and doing an MA and having a really good print studio or just really good facilities, it helps so much with that.
Yeah.
To develop your working practice, because at the end of the day, it's like, I think it's you need to be happy with your work before. Like for me, I wasn't happy with my work but I was by the time I finished.
So can I ask?
Yeah.
Can I ask another question? This one may be a little personal, but how old were you when you went through the MA, and how far into your artistic experience were you at that point?
So I did a BA when I was 19, 20, about 20 to 20. I finished that when I was 23, I think, and then I started the MA when I was 25.
Okay.
And finished when I was 28. So yeah, I wasn't freelance. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
one of the reasons why I ask in particular is just the idea of like life experience in between, understanding the value of going back for something like that. Like I got an MFA for teaching purposes, but I also went back after like 5 years being out of school,
Yeah.
and I had a better understanding of what I wanted to get out of it. And I also, had I not gone back, would have been trying to replicate in my own artwork what I thought people wanted, not what I wanted.
Yeah.
And I think that's what the value of that sort of the master's program allowed me to do, was to
Yeah.
think a little differently.
It can
Um,
take a while to realize that, can't it?
Yeah.
Like really deep dive and be like, no, this is what I want to create, rather than kind of just like seeing how other people creating work and be like, oh, this is so good, I want to do it like that.
Yeah.
And then even though you're maybe not trying to do it like that, you just you fall into I had a massive amount of that in my early 20s, just kind of losing myself to different kind of styles of illustration that were kind of in at the time, or
you just used the S word, by the way.
I did use the S word. I used it in a negative way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's good then. Yeah, you're allowed. I think there are plenty of people that don't need school. There are plenty of people that don't need to go through that experience in the same way. But I do think that one of the things that, like, going through a master's program like that, or through an MA or an MFA, whatever it may be, forces you to think a little differently, or maybe a little bit more broadly and holistically, versus getting caught up in just a pure, like, what's my portfolio?
Mm-hmm.
And those kind of decisions, I think, are really important. But obviously some of that can be learned outside. And one of the questions I was going to ask you in particular is, like, I look at your work, and I don't want to use the S word, but I will use the voice word. And I feel like I can spot your work relatively quickly and easily. And even though, most of the time people say, my work feels so varied, like, or the artist would say, my work feels so strange and different. Every piece looks different to me. And then someone else on the outside goes, no, it all looks, I can tell it's yours.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have come to that post program, or do you feel like your voice was really defined in that program in a way? You've just been elaborating on it since.
I do think that my voice started to come through towards the end of the BA, but it wasn't fully there. But it was like the MA really, really made things clear for me. So yeah, I think I wasn't quite there yet when I started the MA, but it definitely it pushed me to the next level, where I was I would actually liked my work. So I'm very critical, and I think it's good to be critical. But I was very critical, and I didn't really like my work very much. The MA made me realize that find the way I work now, really. I think I've changed a bit since the MA, but
do you like your work now?
Yeah, I do like my work now. Yeah. I think I'd be living in like a hellscape if I was doing stuff that I hated all the time. Okay,
let me ask a different question then, because I think most people in the arts would be in that same the hellscape world. But do you like every piece that you make?
No.
How? Give me a percentage. Like, let's talk. I'm going into my son's math here. Give me a percentage. How many of the pieces that you make do you feel like you like? And I'm asking for the audience, not necessarily for me in this situation.
Maybe like 75, 80% of the stuff I like.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there something that is that the piece needs
to have for you to like it?
I need to do something different. Like, I generally like the stuff I don't like is the stuff where I'm being lazy and I'm just kind of regurgitating something that I'm doing something because I know that someone will like it, or like a client will like it. And sometimes you kind of pushed into that by a client. They can be like, you'll try something new, and then they'll be like, and then they'll send you an example of a piece of work that you've done before, and they're like, we kind of want it to be a little bit, we imagined it kind of more like this, and then you're like, okay, the only way to get the money is to do the thing that they want. But I always try and like do something different, and sometimes they're really receptive and they like a new thing, but sometimes like a client, a publisher or whatever will be like, no, we kind of like the way that you did this, and you kind of can't really say no.
Yeah, I mean, there's times for like getting contracts. I know that there are moments where I'm confused as to how someone found me. Where did you see my work? And you want to ask that question, but at the same time, you also don't want to, because then they're going to go, or then you're going to lean towards, what they saw or what they wanted.
Like, show me the piece of work that you saw.
Yeah,
and then
all of a sudden
you're
replicating it, and it's like, that's not fun.
Yeah.
At that point. So it's always a challenge in my mind of like, how much do you give leeway to the publisher or the art director, even the equivalent of like sketches. Like, how many sketches do you send? Because if you send too many, then all of a sudden,
too many options.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man, yeah, totally. Like, I've got a lovely agent, my lovely agent Helen, and she's very much like, don't send them any options that you don't like, because she knows what I'm like. I'd rather send them like loads of options to kind of please them, and then she's like, they always choose the one you don't like though. They do, and I'm like, oh, I know.
I try every time to hedge my bets and give them one sketch that's better than the rest. Like, I put more time into it. I put it right up front and whatnot, and then they always pick the one that's like, not necessarily that's the worst piece. I'm not going to send them a bad sketch, but they picked the piece that I was kind of like, yeah, it's okay. It's not the.
I know what's with that. Yeah. So I've kind of learned I try not to do that now. I'm like, quality over quantity.
So when with the books, how many sketches? Like, admittedly, I do not send a lot of sketches for Kidlit. I will for editorial, because it has to be quick and you don't have as much room to sit there and like hem and haw over what's the perfect situation to play with in it.
Yeah.
But for Kidlit, most of the time I send, here's my dummy, and what do you want changed? And I don't send them like, here's 3 different options for this page of any sort.
Oh yeah, no. I usually try and I do the options myself, and then I choose the one that I like, and then I just send that one.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was wondering. Is like, I've heard some people, or at least the way that they talk about it to me, implies that they're sending lots of different versions of sketches.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of like, it's, I don't know, it's interesting because because I've got my little one and my days are quite split up and I don't have as much time to do stuff. So I'm like, since having her, I've definitely had to, for example, like color roughs. I used to do color roughs and the publishers would be like, is this the final artwork?
Yeah.
And I'd be like, no, they're color roughs. I'm like, they never said, are you mental? But they were like, I definitely got the vibe of like, why would you do it so neat and perfect? So now since having my daughter, I don't do that anymore. I do like quite rough, tiny color thumbs to figure out the color palette and how it flows from one page to the next. And it saves me so much time. I don't know why I've spent so many years.
But you don't send those to them, correct? That's just for you.
And then I just send the color thumbs to them as the color roughs. Yeah.
Oh, see, I don't even send color.
Oh, do you not?
No, I just stay black and white. And part of it is process for me, like, because I'm painting, or in this case doing collage,
Yeah. Yeah, that would be
I
really
worry.
tough for you, right? To be able to have to do that.
Yeah, it's there's not as much room for, like, if I have to live and die by the color that I gave them originally, then I'm in a world of hurt in the and so I think giving myself room to play, and even like sketches, my sketches used to be really tight, and I'm trying to loosen them up over time, and they're getting looser and looser, but slowly, because I don't want to have to live by some like predetermined, you know, sketch, or
Yeah, like
if
paint by
something
numbers.
moves, yeah, if something moves a centimeter, I don't want to. By the way, I just shifted that to centimeter just for you. If something moves by an inch, I don't want there to be a fight over it in the end, or they're like, "Oh, you had it this way in the sketch." Like, no, I'm just going to give you a general sense of what it's going to look like in that.
You know what I
final
think?
step.
It's so interesting to hear about your process, because mine is so planned, and like it gets to the, and I don't know, I hope to like change this somehow at some point, because it gets so planned to the nth degree that when it comes to doing the final artwork, I almost kind of like, it's like my least favorite bit is doing the final artwork, because I
Yeah.
really love designing it and the kind of exciting experimentation of figuring it out how each page is going to look. But when it actually comes to doing the final artwork, it's a bit of a chore. I'm like, oh, okay, now I have to do the actual thing.
Yeah.
Because
That's
there's not really any surprises. I know exactly what I need to do.
that's been my whole thing, is I've been trying to push further and further towards that idea of like, if I could have a book and they said, "We trust you on every page," then that would be my dream.
Yeah.
Now, obviously that doesn't happen, so I gotta give them something.
Yeah.
But I too am someone where like I want to play, and I want to make and figure stuff out in the moment.
Yeah.
And if I pre-plan too much, it gets dull. And so I've started asking, like this last book that I'm still waiting on the contract for, so let's assume it's coming in.
Yeah.
It's been the holidays, so I'm chalking it up to that. I basically have had a conversation with them ahead of time saying, "This is what I want to do. Are you game?" And I told them my sketches are going to be real loose. I'm not going to give you the same thing that I did, because I've worked with this publisher before, and
yeah, so they trust you.
Yeah, they trust me at this point. And so obviously there's like, you need to have that kind of relationship.
Yeah, you really do.
But I'm trying to remove the oversight as much as possible, both from them and from me in the making. And hopefully it works out. I mean, I'm probably going to run into some problems every time that it gets further and further away from a finished sketch. But like for something like this today, I don't know if you can see your screen at all.
I can't see what you're doing.
Yeah, it's okay. You'll look at it later, but I haven't even gotten close to what I need to be doing yet. But it's a little girl collecting worms in a giant field of sunflowers.
Oh, gorgeous.
And so my sketch is this little doodle. It's not going to look anything like this in the end. This is just a sense of like, this is the direction I want to go.
That's see, that's so exciting. That's why I really like doing work that isn't just picture books, because I've got myself into this process of it being very kind of like controlled, like I said. But when I get to do stuff for myself, where I get to produce work and products to sell, I get to play. But yeah, it's having the time to play, which I think is
that's another
extremely hard at the moment.
But I bet you could ask a publisher, like, how much do you actually need in a sketch? How much do you need for this to be able to
convince you?
Yeah, to convince you. And I fall prey to this too. Like, I think I over-explain, and part of that is a need to satisfy the customer of sorts.
Yeah,
and I think it's a matter of like, they give us so much faith on so many different aspects of making, like, I did this book, I just finished and sent off maybe a couple of months ago, wherein I'm gonna throw the publisher under the bus here a little bit. It was the fourth in a series.
Yeah.
And the art director on it was a new art director, and so, you know, they hadn't worked with me before, but they sent me a thing saying, hey, can you give us a sample page so we know what it looks like?
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, look at all the books that we've done already.
Oh man, I hate that. Yeah, no, like, I hate that. Yeah.
It's not going to change. I'm not going to reinvent this whole thing on the fourth book at this point. And they immediately shot back with, you know, oh yeah, that makes total sense. And I think they're so used to, like, with someone new or just a new project, just asking for a sample art. And it's like, that it ruins my process, honestly, to have to go do the sample art, because I'm
but it's the presumption that it's going to look like that when it's the final thing.
Yeah. And it's also something wherein, in order to maintain consistency in the book that we had, I have to work in a way that doesn't allow me to go, or it's counterproductive, let's put it that way, to go try to finish a single spread and then move on to the next spread. It made more sense to do multiple spreads at once. And I didn't see any of the finished art until I handed in the finished art, and I had, I think, maybe about 20 minutes of notes that I had to solve in the end. Because
so
I didn't.
It went well in the end. Like, I think that's good.
It was all minor changes of, like, can you add a little thing here, and it's just a, you know, I can digitally touch it up.
It might have just been that, like, sometimes I have the experience of, like, a new art director coming in. I love all the art directors out there. I'm not dissing any art directors.
With that.
Just coming in and trying to, you know, trying to take control a little bit. When maybe the control isn't necessarily needed.
I mean, that's protocol for almost all fields of art. You want, and this is for anybody that's listening. The way I teach is, they don't want to sign on to a book that is pre-done, and they have no. They want to have a little sense of them showing up in that work. Yeah. And so you want to leave a little wiggle room, and, you know, it's that I don't think there's harm in that of any sort, unless it somehow gets in the way of production.
Oh man. Yeah, it could be a bit of a minefield creatively to try and stay inspired. Yeah,
What do you mean by that?
Like, I don't know, just falling into kind of the process of making one book to the next, almost like a conveyor belt. And I've kind of, I guess, I got occasionally feel a little bit like that, and I'm really trying to not, because it's such a privileged job. But sometimes it's again, it's that kind of trap of doing something, not having enough time to play, and producing stuff that might be a little bit too similar for comfort from, like, the previous thing that you did. And yeah, I think, again, it just all comes back to play and how important it is to have time to play. But yeah, I need more time to play.
Yeah, I feel like I'm, like, bringing up some, like, trauma for you.
Yeah.
Like, thinking back to it, like, oh no, what have I been doing with my life?
I've been thinking about this for ages, though. It's just kind of again, it's like, it's great to talk to another illustrator about it, because just kind of signifies how integral it is to everything, really.
I mean, in reality, what has become play for me are these days with Gab and Doodle, where I don't have an agenda.
Yeah.
Of some sort. And it doesn't mean that I'm not, like, trying things, or, like, I don't have something that I need to do, but I'm not doing, none of the work that I do on here is for a finished book.
Yeah.
And it's it's all trial and error and testing things out.
Like when you're a kid, right? Like
Yeah.
I used to draw when I was a kid. I used to draw like zero agenda whatsoever. I think it's like I've lost that bit, and so 2025
Yeah.
I think is going to be
There we go.
my mission to get that back a bit.
What's your resolution?
Yeah, 2025 gonna get the joy back.
The thing that has made this more valuable to me is it is set in time, that it's I do one a week, and so
Yeah.
no matter how busy I am, I generally am going to do one, and I might be tired and I might be like not excited about it at the beginning, but I'm always excited at the end.
Yeah.
Because I had a lovely conversation with someone, and it's not even about the art at that point.
Yeah.
And so I've been stressing to some folks that I've been mentoring about that idea of like setting some sort of schedule or some sort of boundary of this is my time to play, and nothing should invade it.
Yeah, I think that's what you need to do. Like, also, I've had so many conversations to people recently about mobile phones and distractions, and how much time is eaten up where you could be reading or drawing or playing when I just end up doom scrolling on my phone. Or it's that thing where I'm really because now I've got our little one, we are really conscious of our phone usage.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think again, New Year's resolution 2025, like minimal phone usage and more play and drawing.
How do you?
I think a lot of people suffer from it, and they do realize or they don't realize, and it's killing the world.
Well, let me ask you this question, because I think this is maybe a challenge for or not necessarily a counter argument against that, but a lot of people see artwork right now because they're on their phone.
Yeah.
Like
no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like looking at cat memes and like utter like crap on.
Okay.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be anywhere if it wasn't really for social media. Social media has been like incredibly useful. I think it's when it rolls into doom scrolling, which I have been falling prey to for quite recently.
I feel like I don't even really look at art on social media for the most part. It's all the fun, like looking for the funniest meme that I can share with people. That is not the best use of my time, but I also, it is a, and maybe I need to find some other vice for this, but I feel like it is a escape method of like thoughtless. It's a moment I can turn my brain off in a way, and there's probably better ways to do that.
There is, yeah,
sure.
Like reading or yeah.
But it is also the challenge of having a preteen in the house of he is constantly wanting to be on stuff like that, and you know, you got to stay up to date with all the hip lingo that they all have. You're gonna learn about this someday.
Oh man, I am not looking forward to that. We like been having conversations recently where we've said, and we probably, I'm hoping we won't backtrack, but the likelihood is strong that we will, that we don't want her to have a smartphone until she's like a teenager, or even like till she's 16. But
yeah, our kid,
the realities of being able to do that. Yeah, we'll see. We might have to just go live in a cave, and that's the only way.
It is challenge. You can see, like, even with our kid right now, how much he lives on wanting to be on the iPad or wanting to be in those, you know, that kind of situation, and it stinks that it's come down to that, but
I think so long as you don't lose your kid, that's like the worrying thing for me, that you like lose them to a screen. Yeah.
We'll We'll manage it. This got real
Yeah,
depressing
this
all of a sudden.
got quite depressing.
Yeah.
Should we move on to a different
Yeah, let's move
subject?
on to
Sorry.
something else. You're right. Okay.
My fault.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, carbon emissions.
Yeah,
No,
nice.
is there,
Oh, you can
I don't even
hear
know.
my child.
You're
Sorry.
in England proper, right? You're not or are you in London? Where are you located?
That is, yeah, I am just out. So I'm going to close my door because my kid has arrived back home and is screaming. One sec. Yeah, I'm just outside of Cambridge.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, wait, was that the question? Sorry, I was distracted.
Well, the reason why I was asking was I'm wondering, like, for getting out for art, some people I have on here live in the middle of nowhere, and their ability to get out and see art is very, very limited.
Yeah.
And so I was asking in that sense of, like, how many options do you have to go out and look at things? But obviously you have a lot.
Yeah, we're really
Where you are.
lucky where we live. Like, there's lots of options, and then because we don't live directly in Cambridge anymore, but we're really lucky where we live. We live in a place called Ely, and it has a giant cathedral with like loads of gargoyles, and it's like one of the biggest. It's huge cathedral, so it has like pre-Reformation artwork everywhere, and like I really like being inspired by stuff that isn't illustration necessarily.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got like loads of stuff like that around here, and it's really great for like history and architecture, and yeah,
I'm jealous.
yeah, we're super lucky.
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Where we are, it's old. We live in a very, like, we're in New England, so it's old houses, but they go back to like the 1600s maybe.
Yeah,
you can find a house that
that's
old.
pretty old.
That's
for
pretty
the US.
The US, yeah. But when we were in Ireland and we're looking at stuff that is crazy old compared, I'm jealous of the, like, how rich and the history is over there, and how far it goes back to think.
Our cathedral is amazing. I think it was built in like the 600s or something, like, or it started being built. Yeah, I know. I think it's like nearly 2,000 years old. No, that's ridiculous. No, my maths is really bad. But yeah, like 600, 500, 600. Yeah, it's super old.
That's so cool.
Yeah, it's very cool.
The fact that you can go, like, walk down the street and find that kind of stuff.
I know, it's wild.
I mean, it is funny to see people in the U.S. when they come to New England even, and they see a house that's from the 1600s, and the oldest house that they've seen is like the 1950s.
Yeah.
It's fun to see that react, but it's there's also
we take it for granted for sure, because that's just normal for us. It's just we're so used to that.
I have never been to England proper at this point. I've flown over, but that's about as much as I've done. But I would love to go.
Do you think you will come visit?
Oh yeah. Wait, what, Lauren? Oh, my wife said we have comments and questions. I'll get to those in a second. Yes, I think I will go there at some point. I don't know when. It's a matter.
Well, let me know if you do.
I will ring up everybody in town that I know. I finally made it, and you need to show me around now and tell me where. I shall be
your guide.
Yeah, exactly. So wait, let me see. My wife said there are questions and comments. Let me get to some of these, and we'll. Whoa. Okay. Yeah.
It's a lot.
There's gonna be. No, not really. Not really. Someone said, Melissa gave me the last spark that I needed to take the leap to do the MA. Ellen Vesters.
Oh, Ellen.
Yeah.
Hi, Ellen. Oh, Ellen's great. Ellen's an amazing Dutch illustrator, and we met on the MA. She did the MA.
Oh, okay. Here's a good one. This is from Annie Herzog. It says, Melissa, Are you now fully financially supported by your Kidlit career, or do you supplement through other avenues? Sorry if I missed the insight on this. So you do these prints and things, but is the Kidlit the primary, like, can...
Yeah. So I'm super lucky. I make pretty much all my money from books and book covers and other little commissions from publishers and clients and stuff. I make a bit of extra money from selling my own work online and fairs and things.
Yeah.
But the bulk of it is books. Yeah.
Kidlit. Do you find that, like, your work is digital in the end, correct?
Yeah.
Because you're doing...
Yeah. Like what I'm doing now is not how I do final artwork. Yeah.
It's one of those things where I have this problem of, I actually have physical copies of everything now, and I don't know. Like, someone told me early on, like, save them. Someone will want to collect them all, like have an entire book of illustrations.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, cool, but there's only so much space.
Yeah, I know, there really is.
Before I run out. In fact, I have a stack of probably about hundreds of illustration boards to my right that have finished artwork on them that I need to do something with.
It's really hard because I do my work in layers.
You there? Oh, may have lost. Oh, there we go. Sound for a second. You said you do your work in layers.
Yeah, I do my work in layers. So like each image has like 5 layers, so different, like 5 different pieces of paper. So I've got a lot. Like, yeah, I've got too much. But I do keep everything. But we have like an outbuilding where I just keep it all because I never know when I might need it again. If I ever do need it again.
That's the question. Have you needed it again ever?
No.
You're keeping it, and then it's yeah. The reality is, I mean, the same for me. Is there's a bunch of stuff like I just don't know as I need to keep. Like I keep the sketches for all the books.
Yeah,
and it's a photocopy that I printed out from a digital sketch, and it's like I don't need those. If I need one, I can print it out again.
I find it really hard. I find it really easy to chuck possessions, like in our house, but really hard to chuck stuff that I've made and drawn.
You got to.
Yeah.
You need to have someone else. You need to have your husband go through and get rid of it all without your knowledge.
No.
Well,
oh, don't.
Not arbitrarily, not just throwing away anything willy-nilly, but go through and sort of.
I'll be on what do you call it? The TV show Hoarders, but it won't be. It will be like just for my drawer. They'll be like, it's time, Mel. No. Like drowning in paper.
We have that problem in our house. There's like piles of things in my studio is the same way. It's stuff piles, and then they get moved from one location to the next, but they never actually get of some sort.
Really organized piles.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. When the company comes over, that pile moves into this location, and when they leave, it gets moved back to where it was. That's.
Is there any more questions? I might have to jump off in a sec.
Let me see. No, I don't see any other questions. So I do have a couple more, if you don't mind, if I can.
Of course. Yeah.
So can you tell us real quickly, as agent-wise, because I am meeting with lots of mentees that are trying to find, and it's always interesting stories of how people get their agents.
Yeah.
It's rare that someone, it's this like, I sent a query letter and they wrote back.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's this weird, I was in the grocery store and I dropped an apple and it rolled into the foot of this agent. And so can you give us a real quick sense of sort of how you found your agent, how that happened?
Yeah. So they found me, so I was quite lucky. Right. It was actually when I was about to quit my day job, and I was just going to take the plunge without having an agent and without having much work. But I was like, you know what? If I'm going to make a go at this, I'm going to have to quit my day job. And it was a bit scary. We just got a mortgage, so it was like the dumbest decision. And that same week, I got an email from my now agent, Pickled Ink. They're really great. And yeah, so I went to London, had a meeting with them, and then they offered me representation. And yeah, I checked them out. I knew I never wanted to with an agency that had a lot of illustrators on their books. I wanted an agency that could really invest time in me, and yeah, they just ticked all the boxes really, and they're lovely, and they're little, they're not huge.
Yeah, I mean,
they represent about 25, 30 illustrators.
That's what I was going to ask. Is I know of them, but I don't know how big they are, and so
yeah, not big at all. And my main question to them was, have you got any? Do you have the plan to stay small, basically? And you know, Charlie, who runs it, who's lovely and who is the founder of it, she said, yeah, we always want to stay small. So that was like, okay, great.
How many?
Yeah,
do you know how many agents they have?
How many illustrators?
How many agents, rather?
Oh, how many agents? Sorry. There are 3. So there's Charlie, Helen, who's my agent, and then Charlie, Amy, and Helen. So there's only 3 of them.
The reason I ask is just that the idea of like the artist to agent ratio. And
it's really important.
Yeah, there's certain agencies out there where you're like, yeah, they're a huge agency, but then when you look at it, they have, you know, each agent has 40 to 50 artists that they're repping. It's like, you can't devote that much.
You can't deal with that. I mean, each of them have about 10, I think. And that's doable. Yeah,
that's a great rate right there.
Yeah, really good.
And then, okay, so that gives us that sense. And the one of the questions I have that's sort of follow up to that is, when they found your work, were you doing picture books already at that point, or was that free?
I'd done one. Had I done one? No, I'd done 2 picture books.
Okay.
By that point, so that definitely helped. That, like, you know, sparking interest, I think, because I'd been posting a lot about the books.
Yeah.
And so they'd seen that. So I think that, that definitely. I think that's, I guess, what kind of attracted them really at the beginning.
That's what I was wondering is, how did they find you, or what was the
social media? I think it just would have been like Instagram or Pinterest or Face. I don't really on Facebook anymore, but Facebook. I think it was Instagram. I think.
Yeah, 10 years ago could have been something totally different. You were on Vine. You're on TikTok dancing away.
Oh no, I'm not on TikTok. I rebel against TikTok.
I think I have a TikTok account that my wife puts stuff up on, but I don't even know what. She manages a lot of that for me, so I don't fully know.
That's good.
What's on that end.
That's what we need. Someone else to do it.
Yeah, you got to make your husband do that. You can't just stay at home. He's got to be your social media.
Trust him. He'll just put, like, I don't know, like something really inappropriate for jokes. Yeah.
I'm trying to think. There was one other question I have for you. I'm trying to remember what it was. Nina Layden says, "Hi Mel, aloha from Hawaii. Miss you."
Miss you too. Nina's great. So Nina wrote the book that you showed.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, and we've done quite a few books together. She's wonderful. Hi, Nina.
Have you met a lot of the authors?
Yeah, she went to the US to meet Nina. She lives on this beautiful island, Lumi Island, on the West Coast near Seattle. I do try to meet as many as I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you? Okay. Well, I know that you said you have to go soon, so I want to make sure that I'm cognizant of that. But do you, because you are in the UK, and something like Simon and Schuster and some of the bigger publishers are primarily housed out of the US?
Yeah.
Do you feel a connection challenge? Do you feel like it's like, one of the things that I'm running into right now is a lot of the publishers that I like tend to be European.
Oh, really?
But just the
Um,
aesthetic or the choices they make are really fun.
yeah.
So
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like, yeah, I what it's quite hard. It's again back to I don't like to talk about money, but US publishers pay really well.
Yeah. Yes.
They pay really well. They pay, yeah, definitely the best out of but I have a lot of US publishers that I really love. Like, I think it's just been by chance that I've worked with a lot of US publishers. Yeah. So what was your question? Totally.
Oh, it was
forgot.
just the idea of like being overseas from that.
No, you know what? The best relationship I've had, it was with Paula and Lizzie at Simon and Schuster in the US. I think because everything is so online and it's through emails and calls and Zooms.
Yeah, you're not.
It doesn't really matter where they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where like I have a lot of Canadian publishers.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
And they definitely don't pay as well as US.
Yeah.
But I like I'm not close to, or I feel a little bit out of the loop because they have a different market than the New York crowd.
Yeah.
Or whatnot.
Yeah.
I've never met, like, I've only met a couple of the publishers in person. I've only met, I don't even know if I've met any of the authors in person.
It's nice, and it does make a difference when you get to meet them. It really does. And it's really nice. I do like working with UK publishers because you get to go to the book launches and you get to meet everyone. Yeah. And it becomes a really nice social, and it's really good to meet them because, you know, when they meet you, you're in their memory in a different way. Yeah. And so
there's a face.
It's also really useful to be embedded in their brains so they'll never forget you.
Well, I don't want to keep you from your little one because I know your little one's home, and probably I heard the screaming, which is very cute.
Did you? Yeah. She was like, "Mommy, why are you up in your room?" She thinks I just go up there to stay away from her, probably.
I will say I'm jealous of that age, though. That, like, I know probably that you're in the middle of it, and it is not. It may not always be the most exciting thing when your kid's crying and whatnot, but having a 11, almost 12-year-old now, I would love to have him as a little kid again.
Oh, yeah, we're trying to not do the thing where we're just looking forward to the next thing. Yeah. Be like, I can't wait till she blah blah blah.
Now, out of diapers,
we're trying
out of diapers. That's the
yeah. Oh god, yeah. No, we're not looking forward to that. Lucky we got girls, so it'll be a lot easier with that situation.
You think?
But yeah.
You think?
I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, but Mark, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you. I've barely even gotten into it. I have some stalks of dandelion or
oh, they look great. Look at
that's
those.
That's it so far.
Okay, well, I'm gonna look at it afterwards. Yeah. To see what you create.
And then one thing I would say that I always ask people to do is, if you end up posting this, tag me in it, and I'll do the same so we can see the finished artwork.
Okay. Yeah, no, I will. I'm definitely going to put this up. You know what? I really like this, and I might develop it.
It's a whole book right there.
Yeah, I know
what it is. But it's
like a creepy plant face thing. Yeah.
A girl turns into a plant. And, it's there. So, anyways, thank you very much for joining me today and having the conversation.
Thank you.
And I really do appreciate it.
Wait, I'm just going to take my phone off the thing.
Oh, so you can look? We'll do this.
So I can look. Yeah, and say bye.
Let me flip mine. There we go.
Yeah.
See how quick it was for me to flip mine? we gotta get you one of these ring lights so you get used to it.
We need to sort it out.
So, again, I really do appreciate you taking the time, and we are fans over here, and I will not stop spreading the good word to my students about your work.
Oh, thank you so much, Mark. Okay. Oh. And yeah, it's lovely to meet you.
Yeah. And go take care of the little one, and
Gotta go take care of her. Gotta feed her.
Oh. Yeah,
Sausages. Really.
my kid can make his own food sometimes now.
I'm so excited for that and washing up.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he doesn't make good stuff, and he doesn't wash up without some like, hey, you gotta go wash your hands and take a bath and that kind of stuff. He'll do it by himself.
Halfway
That's
there.
Yeah. Anyways, go have a lovely
Thanks,
evening.
Mark.
Thanks.
Cool.
All right. Bye.
Bye. Where do I go? How do I end it? I've gone, but I'm still here.
X. That's there. So you should be able to X out.
Where's the X?
I'm not sure.
Oh, there's the X. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Whoa. Now I'm like at a weird angle. Okay. For anybody that's watching, I'm going to continue on. What I do now is I'm going to switch this to ask me anything, and I will answer questions for anybody that has any questions that is watching. This is a chance to pick my brain, and for me to pick your brain even. I'm going to unpin that one, and I'm going to pin this one then. I didn't even know I could do that part way through. So I'm going to switch back down to my downshoot and keep going. I'm just painting paper for sunflowers now. Let me make sure my shot is good. You get to see quite a bit here. There we go. I might angle it this way just a little bit more. Sorry about that. Let's see if I can get that to work. There we go. Somewhere in that range. So if you have questions, holler. I'm going to be making and breaking all of these as I go along. So again, I don't know if people saw the sketch, but I will share the sketch real quick. This is what I'm thinking. It is, I'm assuming I got this on camera. We'll wait and see. Hannah Beth Ross, Happy New Year to you too. There we go. It takes a delay here for me to see. So it's just a little girl that's collecting worms, and there's going to be worms hidden in between these flowers. I thought they were sunflowers at first. I don't know what they are. There's yellow flowers. And so I'm going to come in here and make some interesting petal shapes for them out of construction paper. Or no, this isn't even construction paper. What is this? This is like copy paper that's bright yellow, but I added a little bit of paint to it to add some variety. So I see there's a couple of questions here. I wanna get to those questions. Give me a second. Let me just finish cutting out a couple of these flowers. I just need to see if this is gonna work the way I think it's gonna work, first of all. But then I will definitely address some of those questions. I don't know if I like the petals that big. Okay, so the first question I see is, how do you choose your colors? Okay, so colors are, I will draw this on a piece of paper real quick for everybody. I pick colors in a way that is sort of maybe a little bit different. I'm trying to get a marker here. Give me 1 second. Let me just find a marker. Let's see if this one's all lit up. There we go. Okay. So here's what I tell people to do. I use a system that is R, Y, B, D, L, F. So red, yellow, blue, dark, light, and focus. And so my reds, yellows, and blues don't have to be pure like primary colors. So my yellow, like in the case like this, I'm using a couple different yellows here for today's palette. My red in this case, the most red I am getting is actually this one. It is a opera pink. My blue, the closest I get to blue is this mint green. And so if I'm going to mix a purple, I'm going to mix these two together. And it actually comes out more like a gray. It comes out like it's not purple of any sort. If I'm going to mix this guy, I can actually get a pretty good red, honestly, by mixing these two together, this opera and this yellow oxide, get something close to it. But the idea is that I limit the palette to a smaller cohort of colors. And the focus, the dark and light, I'm using white and black in this case. The white I also use a unbleached titanium sometimes, so it's just not so pure. And then for a focus color, what I have is something like the Opera, or something like this vivid lime green. And the idea is those are colors that are going to draw your eye towards it. And so no matter what your red, your yellow, or your blue are, you're going to make your secondary colors out of this. Your, orange. I don't know why. Purple and green. Those are going to come out of these no matter what those colors are. So if my red is, instead of a opera red, if my red is more like a, let's see if I can find a normal red here, but my yellow in this case is more of a, let's say my yellow is something like this leaf green, I am not going to get a perfect orange, but it's going to look orange by comparison, as long as I don't go and grab a separate orange and throw into the mix. And so it's all about controlling how many colors you use. And so sometimes, today I'm using a fairly standard palette, but in reality what I'm using is a really pastel-y palette. So I'm using like lots and lots. The only thing that really stands out at this point really is that Opera. Everything else is this sort of neutral, soft pastel color, and then all of a sudden I have this real punch. So when I put this in, it's going to be jarring. And just like if I have this piece right now and I go throw on top of it something that actually has that bright pink is going to stand out by comparison. And so to me, it's not about going and picking like the most perfect primary palette to begin with. It's about picking a primary palette that is primary adjacent. Let's put it that way. Excuse me. And then you can use that either realistically or you can use it unrealistically. So the equivalent of, as I work here, I could do green stalks, which I did, but I also could do bright purple stalks for it, and it would work just as well if I control my colors properly throughout the piece. So one of the things I say to folks sometimes is just the idea of if your sky is pink and your grass is blue, make sure your water is purple, or make sure that it feels like it's a little bit out of place across the board and it's not just one thing that stands out. Let me see. The next question I see there is, what are good or the best colored pencils that go over mixed media, ergo, gouache, etc.? A lot of people stay with just Prismacolor. I think Prismacolor is fine. My personal preference now, honestly, is not Prismacolor or Faber-Castell, which is what I have a majority of for my colored pencils. And it's nothing wrong with them, but for the materials that I use, which I'm painting with acrylic gouache for the most part, and some acrylic, but I have found that Caran d'Ache makes a colored pencil that's a little bit more like pastel. What are these? These are just Caran d'Ache, Supracolor, soft. And they work a little bit more like they're not pastel. They're definitely colored pencils, but they do make a pastel pencil, which is great. But I tend to like those maybe a little bit more, primarily just because they have a little bit more tooth to them, and so they don't stack up in the same way that something like a waxy or oil-based pencil does. I'm trying to figure out like how big do I want to make these flowers. That's pretty good, something like that. But some of it's personal preference. I've heard other versions out there. I think the big challenge is just, if it's just plain gouache or it's acrylic gouache and it goes down matte, most colored pencils should go down fine. Just make sure you get a high quality, high pigment colored pencil more so than anything else. Like I have some cheap craft, like craft store brand colored pencils that are awful, and they don't go down on anything. And so like that's not really helpful. but get yourself some decent high quality colored pencils, and you should be fine for the most part on top of wash. I hope that answered in some way. Marnav's illustration. Thank you. Yeah, so Ransburg art, yeah, says colored pencils with a soft lead tend to work well over acrylic and gouache. Acrylic, the challenge is it's a polymer based, and so just any sort of stacking of that polymer over and over is going to create something that's a little bit plasticky. And so you got to create a bit of a texture. One of the ways to work around that that I have heard and played with a little bit is to get some matte medium. And as long as it's acrylic, and it's the pigment's not going to come back up, some matte medium on top should be enough excuse me, to give you a little bit of tooth. It's polymer based, but it actually has like little flecks of I think zinc in it to add that matte, so it doesn't reflect the light in the same way. And sometimes that can give you a little bit of tooth to be able to grip. When I was in college, I did a lot of stuff that was colored pencil on acrylic, and the main thing that I had a problem with was just literally getting it to stick, that it would just sort of scoot across and there wasn't tooth to grab the colored pencil. Once I figured out that I could do something else with it, that it made a huge difference as far as like application. Once I figured out I could put matte medium down, so hopefully that helps. Matte medium is my new art wrestling pseudonym. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there's fun other. Well, first of all, Brad Edwards, thanks for tuning in the morning. It's almost noon now. It's an odd time to be chatting. Let's see. I might do a couple other little tweaks to these because I feel like these are kind of a little blah right now. So what I might do is come back in and do some yellow trace on top of some of these instead. Let's get a little bit of yellow down so I can add a touch. I just feel like the paper, it's not showing the paint that's on it all that well, so I'm going to come in and do a little touch with this. Ooh, my tummy just grumbled. Catch up on VOD, video on demand. This is the Hoffman streaming network. So what other questions do folks have? How can I help? I have a lot of people watching from afar that potentially have not been able to tune in live previously, and so let's answer some questions. This is my wheelhouses. Teaching. So let's teach it up. I'm just waiting. Does anybody have any good New Year's resolutions? I don't have it. My wife has a question. What happened at the end of Mrs. Davis last night? Yeah, exactly. My wife and I are watching a show on Peacock. It's called Mrs. Davis. That is about a nun who's fighting AI with her cowboy ex-boyfriend, and there's like weird German speaking guys in it, but they're not actually German. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it, and it's one of these shows where like I'm left with more questions at the end of every episode than are answered, but I also like it, and I don't know, like I like it because it is so weird, but if you ask me to like tell you what's happening, I don't know if I could tell you what's happening. I can just tell you that it's fun. And kind of like, I don't know, I don't even know if it's like humorous or not. I can't tell you if it's meant to be funny. It kind of is. Yeah, Bear Edwards, if you've never seen it, it's fun out there. Okay, wait. Ellis Angel 1. Favorite artist, favorite documentaries, most inspiring piece of art. I'm assuming that's a question for me. Like, what are my favorite artists? What are my favorite documentaries, etc. I'm gonna answer it whether it is or not. I'm gonna actually answer these. And so, favorite artists. Well, every artist that we have on Gavin Doodle, you can absolutely understand that is a go-to, that they are going to be a favorite. And then favorite artists outside of that we haven't had on. I mean, I like the usuals. Like, I like Christian Robinson. I think his stuff is amazing every single time. Naomi Vola, I absolutely love. I'm trying to think of other. I don't know. There's too many, honestly, to probably nail down all of them right now. But okay, we'll go to documentaries. Documentaries. Favorite documentary. I'm trying to think if there's like. I know there's one that I can mention, but I'm trying to think if there's anything I've seen recently. Favorite documentary that I have seen a bunch of times that I haven't seen in ages that I would like to see again at some point is a movie called American Movie. That's very, very good. We just watched Hands on a Hard Body. That was fun. Not exactly what I originally thought it was going to be, in the sense that I thought it was going to be more of a documentary, in the sense of, like, I don't know, hard hitting or questioning what was happening, but it was more of just like the life of these people that participate in this competition. But good. Don't get me wrong, good. But I don't know. I like it didn't follow what I thought was a typical documentary. And then I'm trying to think if there's other ones that I love. I don't know. That's a tough one. Documentaries. And then the last question was something else. Oh, did I just lose the question? Hold on, I might have. I have to go look at my phone to what it was. The question was, most inspiring piece of art. I absolutely love a piece that's called, I think it may be one of the best illustrations ever. It's called Marooned, and I believe it's by, oh man, this is going to be bad. I think it is a N.C. Wyeth piece. It might be a Howard Pyle. I always get them confused. As far as, like, I mean, I know what their work looks like, but this is one that sort of splits the difference in my mind. It's this beautiful landscape of a guy marooned on the beach, a pirate marooned on the beach. There's nothing to it really, but it sells. Is it Howard Pyle? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Most of the time they, like, come together in books where it's like Pyle, Wyeth, and Parrish or something like that, and so I get them mixed up. But I would look at that if you get a chance. Okay, then Ransburg art. For beginners trying to get into art, how much money would you recommend they spend on supplies? Also, the movie sounds wild and interesting. Okay, so how much money to spend on art? That's a good question. Or supplies. I don't think you have to. Well, okay. Let me change the question a little bit, away from how much money should you spend, or what is the, like, right amount to spend on art supplies, to really it's a question of what are you trying to do, because some art supplies you need depending on the method that's being used. So, like, the equivalent of, if you are trying to do some printmaking technique like etching, well, of course you're going to need acid baths and you're going to need all this stuff. That is sort of given. But if you're just making artwork, you can paint with and draw with anything, and it's less about the material and more about how it's applied, what it's used for, context, that kind of thing. So, like, the equivalent of I use Liquitex acrylic gouache or a Holbein acrylic gouache. There are other brands out there, and those brands may be more expensive or less expensive. Colored pencils, you can use Crayola colored pencils. There's nothing wrong with them. It's a matter of just, are you using them in a way that is beneficial for the piece, or that is the medium itself works better together. So like the equivalent of the question I had before about what colored pencils to use. There are times where certain colored pencils are going to be better than another, and it may be the cheap stuff is great at certain moments. And so I don't want to necessarily say that like you need to spend a fortune on art supplies in order to have good artwork. It really is like user that makes the difference. And so my rule of thumb, the way that I like to look at art supplies is, or I used to. I'm at a point now where I don't need to worry about it as much, not necessarily because of like finances, but more so I have enough art supplies built up that it's not an issue. But when I was starting out, my rule of thumb was, if I'm going to go make a piece of artwork, I go out and buy one new art supply for that artwork. So it could be a new color of paint, it could be a new brush, what have you. And with the goal that that gets used in that piece. And then the next time I make a new piece of artwork, I go out and do the same. And so over time, the arsenal and toolbox that I have of supplies broadens, because each time I'm introducing something new. So let's say I go out and get a specific color for a piece. Like let's say I go and I really need dioxazine purple, right? I go and put that into a piece, and it totally makes sense for the piece. I work with it, blah, 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 blah. Then the next round I go and I buy some, let's say linden green. Well, now I have dioxazine purple and linden green because I've built up one tube at a time. I'm not going out and buying 15 different tubes of paint and trying to build my arsenal at a record-breaking pace. It also means that I sort of slowly introduce new materials or new colors, and so I'm not being inundated by lots of change at once. And so that idea of slow, meticulous accumulation versus large swaths of color all at once, I think is probably more important. That being said, I also have gotten to a point where like now I might buy a bunch of colors, but it's because I'm replacing a bunch of colors that are, running out. I don't go add lots of new colors on a regular basis because I've kind of built up enough that I don't need to do that. But I also think that, as I add colors or materials, I still probably do limit how much I introduce them into the work. I mean, I don't know if that's completely true. I have to think. Like when I bought Posca markers, I kind of went a little wild there, and I have lots of them here. But to start, yeah, just pick and choose one thing each time and leave it at that. Okay, what was the next question? I feel like I missed one in there. Okay, so here we go. Hejronja, something like that. Hejronja. Any advice on how to get in children's book illustration, especially without going to art school? Would you advise to take online courses? Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with online courses. I think that online courses are. Hold on, I'm trying to make sure I'm caught up on. Hold on. I think. Oh yeah, there we go. Online courses are fine. I think the downside to online courses is how much interaction do you get with the people that are, or like the advantage to art school that I have found over time has not been that you gain some knowledge that you can't learn outside of school. To be honest, that's not how this thing works. I think it's more so excuse me, that you learn through community. And so that idea of having a bunch of people that you can talk to and gain community knowledge of art. So crit and seeing other people work and, you know, being able to ask questions of each other, I think is probably the most important thing that comes out of art school. And if you can find that outside, great, but I have not found a great source for that outside of sort of some institution like art school. Doesn't mean it's not out there, but I think that's the kicker is like just the experience of being around people who have different points of view, who are not just a message board, but can be there physically and look at the work and show you something with their own hand. I think it's such a huge, huge thing. I'm recutting these shapes. I like these more sort of abstracted as a flower. There you go. That works better. I don't know if that makes any sense, but okay. What should not be missing in a portfolio? So, I'm gonna massacre this one. Nanaimo Studio CL. I'm sure that is totally off. That's not how it's said. Excuse me. What should not be missing in a portfolio really depends on what the portfolio is for. So if your portfolio is intended for kidlit, you need to have narrative. It's got to be a storytelling thing. If you're doing something that is editorial, well, then you probably need to have concept. If you're looking for a studio job of some sort, like let's say for biz dev, well, then it's you need to showcase skills. Skills that, I mean, you need to showcase a lot of things, but you need to showcase your ability in some, beyond just general, you need to have some sort of speciality that shines through. I think in general, all portfolios should have that, but especially in biz dev, because there are so many different jobs. There might be someone who just focuses on lighting and someone who focuses on rigging and someone, you know, whatever it may be, that you need to showcase that you have that understanding of all of that. As far as things in a portfolio, I think you need to show depth, but not at the sacrifice of variety. And so one of the things that always comes up is that dreaded S word that we talked about when Melissa was on, but that idea of you need to show that you have the ability to maintain some sort of consistency in your work, but also that you have the ability to adapt to the project at hand. And so like in the case of kidlit, you want to make sure you have narrative in there, but know that not all your characters have to look the exact same. You don't need to have a style per se that shows through. You need to show that you have an understanding of how to tell a story with the style or with the voice that is being presented. And so if you're dealing with something where it's like you're doing hyper realism, well, you need to be able to show that that is advantageous to said story. If that yeah, I'm reading the comments here. You know, like the equivalent of when I'm working with cut paper and texture and color, I'm trying to make sure that I use it in a way that's not just a frivolous, let me put these colors in. It is meant to be it's meant to be used in a way that will create interest and tell a better story. What I mean by that is placement becomes a big thing, where certain colors are placed, how they're placed, you know, how I'm using textures or papers to convey direction with the like textures that are, you know, obviously textures go in different directions. So making sure that I have vertical striping on some of the textures that are on some of the plants to imply height, and some of those kinds of odds and ends become really, really important. And so I want to make sure that I am cognizant of all of that. Okay, so HEJRONJA dot illustration. Could I explain my art making process? What are your steps? So that's a big question. And I will answer it based on sort of what I'm working on today, and I might address a few other instances. But I tend to sketch and doodle loosely, so I don't put a lot of detail in my sketches. And my sketches are not meant to be a instruction manual. It's not, hey, this has to be done this way, otherwise it doesn't work. It's meant to be a general gist of what the idea is. So it's sort of like a rough outline, but I'm not going to get into proper grammar. So again, like in a case like this is my sketch. Placement of all these plants is really sort of dependent on what I feel like as I'm working on it. And if I get too tight or refined in here, then I don't have the looseness to be able to play and create interesting shapes or colors or what have you. Then once I have an idea down, I start by picking a palette. So in this case, it's grabbing all my paints and choosing what kind of palette I want to use for the piece. In a case like this, I wanted a relatively, what do I want to say, like normal palette, I guess. I wanted to make sure that the flowers felt flowery and sort of sunflowery. I don't know why that was important to me, but it was. And then once I got that figured out, then it's moving on to creating textures. So I use tracing paper. That's all this is tracing paper, and a little bit, in this case, of just copy paper. And then I take those and I start to apply them and create the textures that I want, the sort of placement that I want, and start to stack them down. So I start with the background. The reason why I have sort of a weird textured background is primarily for two reasons. One, to create some variety and interest there, but also, and this is going to sound probably silly, but if I have a white background and I make a mistake, it's very hard to get back to that pure white. And so by just putting down some sort of tone in the background, it means that if I have to go back and try to meet that tone, I can just go grab a swatch of that color that I have back there and just, like in this case, the green, I could just go put a swatch over this and you won't be able to tell where it is or why it is, because it's a bunch of angles and textures. So it doesn't really make that much of a difference. So if I make a mistake, it's easy to cover up. And then I go and cut. I use these Fisker scissors. I like them because, one, they're ergonomic, so that it's my palm doing it, not my fingers. But also, these are really hard to control and get finite cuts out of. And so as I do this, I don't get the opportunity to go and make all these like amazing shapes that I'm cutting, because they are so clunky in a good way. They're meant to be clunky in my mind, and it makes me have to make decisions that I wouldn't normally come to, or I can't really like try to make something perfect because of the type of scissors that I'm using, if that makes any sense. And then slowly stick stuff down. I use Elmer's glue. I use the non-color changing kind because I don't want to see purple on my piece as I'm working. I'm using illustration board as the base, and then in the end I will end up doing probably some Posca marker and some colored pencil on top to add texture where I want texture, or little color changes where I want color changes. So right now I'm still just kind of building this world of sorts with placed. Ooh, I don't like that little cut right there. There we go. That's probably better. No, I'm trying to figure out like where to line this up. so it feels maybe there. That's good. So I'm trying to watch for tangents. Is basically what I'm. For anybody that cares, that's what I was trying to do there. Let's make sure I don't end up with any weird tangents. I'm going to put another flower, another stem here, which I was waiting to see how this came out. Okay. Aditha Ju, something of the sort, illustrate. Happy New Year's. Thank you. Same to you. Do I ever feel nervous talking to my guests? There's only one time I think that I felt nervous talking to a guest. And it was when I had on a guest who was so funny and goofy, and I didn't know. I sort of pride myself on being silly and goofy in a lot of things, and this guest came in so hot that I didn't know how to process it, and so I felt like I was nervous because I could not keep up with the guest, and that guest was Mike Lowry. And if you go back and watch on my feed, there's he comes in like on the phone talking to his mother or something like that. Faux. He was pretending. But I was just expecting him to come in normal. And then he started that way, and it just threw me off, and I could not recover. And I was just like, I don't know if I'm saying the right things. And he's so funny that I don't know if I'm funny too anymore. And I think that's the only time I've ever really been nervous. I've definitely been giddy about talking to people and like excited, and maybe that comes off as a little bit sort of nervous at moments, but for the most part, no, I'm pretty smooth sailing on a lot of it. My wife says I did just fine with Mike Lowry, and I'm sure I probably did, but like it was nerve-wracking at the time because I just like he was so funny, and like it was like he was doing a comedy bit, and I was the straight man all of a sudden. Okay. Angela, no, Angel Tate creates. If you were doing this for an actual book illustration, how would you figure out your margins? Do you literally leave them blank? Margins meaning like the bleed. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. What I would do in when I make a book is I sort of map out the corners on the piece, and then I have little lines that indicate where the gutter is. I make sure that the corners that I'm working on are extended out from the original image. So for anybody that doesn't know what a bleed is essentially the image that you work on for printing needs to extend beyond where the page is trimmed. And the idea is if I take let me see if I can draw it here. If I take an image and here's my corner, I need to come out by about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch further with my image. So when they trim and they come in and they trim this line and they trim this line, that there's color that goes outside of it so that you don't end up with a little strip of white, a little sliver of white. And so I generally do about 1/4 inch bleed, no matter what they ask for the publisher. I always do about 1/4 inch bleed just for safety. And I set that up in my original sketch or my original file. So it's there. I map out everything basically in Procreate ahead of time. So when I actually get to the actual production, I have a sketch in front of me. It shows me where all those lines are and what would hit the gutter and what wouldn't. And so then I'm just very careful about sort of where those lineups are. In a case like this, what I tend to do if I'm making something all the way to the edge of the piece is I just know that I'm going to trim off about 1/8 of an inch off of it, and that's enough for me to sort of realize, oh, just don't put image out there. I also have the lovely aspect of being able to Photoshop if need be and add a little bit if necessary. Let me see. Will this video be on YouTube? Yes, it will. So right now I am just making a image on Instagram. Probably either tomorrow or this weekend. I will post it on YouTube, and so just keep an eye out for it there. Most of the time it's a few days afterwards. It does take some effort to process the image. I have to download stuff and then getting it all edited together. And the editing, it's funny, there's like not much that I edit, but it's enough editing that I still have to pump it out via the software, and that takes some time. And then posting to YouTube, posting a 4-hour thing to YouTube can be a little challenging, just the amount of time that it takes. It's one thing if it's like a short little, 5-minute thing, but when it's 4 hours, it does take potentially a whole night for it to process, depending on upload speeds and how much needs to be done to it. So just know that this will go out at some point this weekend is my guess. I have mentoring stuff I got to do tomorrow, so I don't know if I'll get to it right away tomorrow. Let's see, I'm just trying to figure out what size to make this. I'm trying to see if I want it to cross over. I don't know if I want it to cross over, but I can also cut it. It really comes down to it. Well, actually it is in front, so, because I can put a little shadow there. Okay, that may be good enough. Okay, we're getting there. We're slowly getting there with this one. We're already, I only have like an hour and a half, and I haven't even done the person. I haven't done the worms. I haven't done any of that stuff. We will get there. We will get there. What other questions do folks have? How else can I help? Make that better. How else can I help? Okay, I see something there. Let me see what the questions are. I see my wife is asking someone. I'd have to do. She's secretly. I'm not even paying 100% attention to comments, and so I will let her do her magic. She's the booker. She's the one that arranges everybody on the stuff and knows the dates. So do not expect that to happen from my end. Okay, how do I convert your traditional image into digital image? Do I use a scanner? Yes, I use a Epson Perfection V600 scanner. It is a beast of a scanner. It's not big. It is a 8.5 by 11 scanner, or the equivalent of, what's that, an A4, if I remember correctly, somewhere in that range. For those using that conversion or that sizing setup. And when I say it's a beast, it's not the most perfect scanner in the world, but it just lasts for a long time. So I had one ages ago that was a slightly different model, but it lasted me, over a decade easy. This one's easily lasted me that long, if not more. And so there's color correction and stuff I have to do outside of it, but it's not the end of the world if I have to do that. And there's obviously color challenges that come into play with that that I'm not super keen on, that I have to manage. But it's still it's been with me for a long time. It works. I know lots of people have them. I have a big scanner at school, so I don't necessarily need the huge scanner, but it definitely would be nice sometimes. And so there are times where I might dive into that. I know I have done that on a couple of books just to make it easier on myself, but that was also pre-Photoshop being able to do the auto, what's the word I'm looking for? Auto merge or photo merge option was not available at the time, so using a big scanner made my life that much easier. So that's it. Digital, and then Photoshop and a little bit of Procreate. I actually find Photoshop is really good for getting rid of little errors. You're using the clone stamp and the Band-Aid tool. And Procreate's actually better at, like, if I need to do cutting out of shapes, or the other thing that I think it works great for is for like little digital touch-ups. I find it much easier than doing Photoshop. Like if I need to adjust a little line or something like that in a piece, or draw a little thing that's missing, Procreate tends to be a little bit better in that sense. I'm going to keep these small. I like the idea of these being small little centers to the flowers. I don't know why that's funnier to me, but it's funnier. These like little things. These are going to get drawn on in the end, just in case anybody's wondering. These will get colored accordingly. Oh man, I'm hungry. I'm on for a bit. I'm going to be starving by the end of all this. I'm also hoping that my wife remembers that our dog rather, has a vet appointment at 2 o'clock today. Hopefully that is remembered and will be adjusted for accordingly. Because I will be here with you all. So what other questions do folks have? How can I help? How can I help? How can I help? That's too much the same height. There we go, that's better. So I didn't actually paint this color this time, even though no one's gonna care about this, but I will say it. Normally I'm very careful about what colors I choose for, so I stay in the same palette. But here's the trick. This is because I've been working with the same paints for so long. I know, looking at this little swatch, because I have a box of swatches over here that I can play with if need be. Rather than having to paint some more trace and try to get the exact color that I want, I know that I've used the same opera pink and black to create this color so many times that I can look through that box and just find a little swatch of it and use it. And so that's what I've done in this case. Is these little swatches are coming from something of that sort. And so there's one less thing I have to paint. It's funny, I have this big thing of brushes and materials to the side, and I don't use them as much as I once did, because I'm using these big chunky clunky brushes that are all beat up, and I'm not using detail brushes like I once did, primarily because of the method in which I'm working now. And so I wonder if I have more of this. I wonder if I should make a big one. Let me see. Just so one is really huge by comparison. So like big like that. Is that weird? I wonder if it needs to be over here instead. So how big should it be? Let's see what happens if I do this. Is that crazy talk? I don't think it's crazy talk. Let's peel this one. Put that one over there. Let's go do this. I'm gonna straighten out this corner a little bit though. square it off because it's funnier that way. Funnier to me. That's all that matters at this point. It's funnier to me. There we go. Like so. Make sure I get this stuck down on all edges. Go. And then I'm going to do the same here as I'm going to square this one off just a little bit. So I'm going to put that one down. It feels a little better in my eye. I don't know if that makes any sense. Okay, I see there's a question about AI, and I will just that 1 second. Let me just stick this one down. How do I feel about AI something? Okay. So the question is, that's stuck. There we go. What do I think about AI threatening the children's book market? Does it still make sense to study children's book illustration and put the effort into it as a newbie? Okay, so that's a wonderful question. I'm going to go a little bit deep into that. Real quick for the person after you, looks like Tanya McCardenas, something like that. I use Liquitex acrylic wash for the paint. Primarily. I use some Holbein as well, but okay, so the AI question. Sunflowers are my favorite flower. Lovely, Melissa. I'm glad I'm able to do that. The AI question. I know there's lots of people out there that think it's a big threat to a lot of different markets, and I think it is. Fundamentally, it's a threat. Do I think it's a threat? And I'm going to go probably counter to what some people in the industry say, but do I think it's a long-term threat? I don't think it's a long-term threat in the sense that it is going to be of the same power 10 years down the line as it is now. And I think that's partially because there's going to be some laws put in place probably. There's going to be some challenges to it that are going to define the rules of engagement that are going to be there. The thing that I think is important is, and this is really about sort of who you're making work for. So the Kidlit market itself has multiple avenues in which you can get your work out there. There is the independent publisher, there's the big publishers, and then there's the self-published. And I think that the self-published side of things is probably more threatened than the big publishers. And the reason I say that, and maybe the independent publishers might be a little bit more in the middle, but the reason I say that is that contractually and copyright-wise, it's a bit of a challenge for a publisher to take on anything that has AI used in it. Because of copyright law, the way that it works now, and how it's defined as who is the user, who's making the artwork, etc. That I have seen contracts, I have seen competitions, I have seen a pushback against the idea of AI being used in publishing in a way that is maybe a little bit different than what you might see in, or let's say traditional publishers, than what you would see in independent publishing. Independent publishing or self-publishing, there is the risk that people just, they do whatever they want. They're not worried about copyright law in the same sense. But any publisher worth their weight in gold is going to be concerned about, do they have ownership over the final product? And if they don't have ownership, then it becomes a big challenge of getting the copyright settled and organized within the laws of the country and whatnot. And so I think it is a threat. I think that the threat is not consistent, or is not equitable in all fields. I think where the threat becomes more of a danger is when there is a big industry like VizDev or something of that sort, when they start to use AI even internally, not that they're scraping from the internet, but internally starting to use AI to create work and not hire people that would be in-house. That's probably more of a challenge in my mind right now than something hitting Kidlit proper. That doesn't mean that it's not going to affect us. I think it will affect us in some way, shape, or form. But I think it's going to affect us in a different way than what it will, or not necessarily in a different way, but it will affect Kidlit in a way that is different from editorial, different from, all these other markets. The thing that I've sort of come to the conclusion that obviously I'm not using AI. I hate when people use AI, but I'm also I've been through illustration, through different fads that were at risk of killing off things. So there was a thing called stock art that was a huge concern back in the 90s, which was the idea that people would sort of make a bunch of spec illustrations, they'd put it up on the line, and they would charge less for those illustrations because it's not designed specifically for any one client as a whole. And so the idea was that, or the concern was that lots of publishers and people who would need illustration would go to all these stock art places because it would be cheap by comparison. And that was true for a bit. There definitely was a surge in stock art, but it was not consistent, and it did not last forever. There was still need for individual artwork that was different and made for specific clients. And so I don't see. I think that AI right now, obviously there are some challenges of where it can't do certain things, but it's going to get better and better at that. Where I think it's really going to struggle, or where I see the struggle, is not necessarily, and this goes back to that idea of self-published versus traditional publishers, is that where I see that there's going to be a challenge is probably going to be more so on editing and the collaborative aspect of Kidlit. If you're handing off a single image and you're like, here's the image, it doesn't need any adjustments. There's no oversight telling you that it needs to be, change this, change that, whatever it may be. And yeah, Kidlit, then that image probably could fly through and not have any issues. But Kidlit is such a collaborative process with the big publishers that I think that it would be challenging for someone right now to get consistency in AI for Kidlit. That would be what do I want to say? That would not be. Wow, I really struggle to say this. How do I put this? I think that right now, because of that collaborative nature, it'd be very hard to sell someone on the idea that you can create consistency and a collaborative effort and edits and things of the sort with AI currently. And so that's why you see lots of people out there making AI things that are one-offs and don't need to have that collaborative nature. So I think in the end, it's probably going to come back to, who you're working with, how you're working with them, and is it feasible? Do I think AI is the worst thing in the world? I don't. I think the parameters in which it works with right now, and the way that it operates in the sense of the way that it scrapes images off the internet, that's problematic, yes. But the idea of, if you can control that and put in your own information and can guarantee that it's not stealing from someone else, then I don't have as much of an issue with it. That was a really long statement. I apologize for how long that was, for potentially how simple of an idea I was expressing. I just felt like I was going on and on, in my head at least. I didn't like the pattern that I put on this, so I'm changing it. I know people who have struggled to get work because of AI. I know people that have had problems accordingly, and I don't discredit that of any sort. I think that's a huge problem, but I also I question the longevity of that problem. Let's put it that way. Like, I just think that you're seeing more and more people who are against it in this industry, in Kidlit specifically, that I think there's going to be enough pushback that it's going to be hard to do that and not get flagged by people saying, hey, they published something that was done with AI. What other questions we got? How can I help? How can I help? So I still got to get the person in here. I still got to get the worms. 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 So I'm going to get these worms that are like poking up in here like this. And then I'm going to have the little girl right there. Okay, so let's get a hint of where I want these worms to be. And they'll have little faces, because why not? Worms. My wife knows about worms. That sounds weird. My wife knows about worms. More so, there was a show called, what was it called? Afraid of the Dark or something like that. It was a competition show, and there was a lady on it who just kept saying worms over and over again, and so it's a joke in our house. We just say worms. Total blackout, that's what it was. Thank you. Worms. Okay, so let's get this girl put in. Let's see what we got for scrap paper now. So I do have stuff like this. I can give her sort of a head like this. There we go. Or a little head like that. Let's see, maybe it's a little big. Let's see if we can shrink that down just a little. Everything's worms. Worms, worms, worms. I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, what size body do I want to make? Maybe I want to make a little, I want her to be sort of like there, but maybe not, the body not to be a big old star of the piece. I want it to be sort of like secondary. So if I put her there, and I put little feetsies on it. So I'll just start attaching stuff, and then we'll figure it out as we go. Why this girl's collecting worms, I don't know. Does there need to be a reason? I don't know. Do I think it's necessary to have an agent, and do you have advice on how to get one? Okay, good question. Now we're talking. I do think if you're trying to get into Kidlit, I do think it's worth having an agent. And it's not to say that you can't get work without an agent. I know folks that have no agent and they do fine, but they are also not writing a lot. And so if you're planning on writing of some sort, if you're planning on being someone who is in the kidlit world with the intention of getting your own manuscripts, illustrating your own manuscripts, then yeah, you probably need to have an agent. And the reason being is just the idea that unsolicited work is not always requested or allowed by some of the big publishers. And so just to get your name in front of people, sometimes it's good to have that the agent to back you up. As far as can you do it without? Yes, but you're also, you're limiting the reach that you have with without an agent. And so I think it's probably worth having one. Outside of that, how do you get one is a whole nother challenge. There's not in my mind, there is not a go-to, like, here's the best way to get an agent and the only way to get an agent. I think the main thing is make good work, get your work out there so it's seen. Almost everybody that I know that has an agent has not come by it in some normal fashion. It's not the standard setup that most people do is the query letter. And they're like, hey, I'm going to go out and query and try to get an agent by reaching out and, requesting representation. Most people I know have had a very different path of that. Every once in a while you'll get someone that works. But I don't think there's a standard bearer as far as like, this is the thing you must do in order to land agent. The thing that is important is really networking, getting out to events and meeting people and not being shy about showcasing your work and saying how great you are as an artist. And sometimes that's a little hard for people who are in this industry because we tend to be a little bit shy or maybe not as braggy as we could be. And so, that can take a little effort, but I think it's worth the effort if you want to go out and land something like this. The other thing too is to look into who are people that do work similar to yours or that you aspire to be and who are their agents. Find out what is necessary for those agencies, because you don't just getting an agent is not a like I got an agent and I'm done. There still is a lot that has to happen and a lot that has to be sort of managed as you go on through your career. And I don't think you can just chalk it up to an agent's going to solve all of it for you. So you need to have conversations with them about, what is your vision for you and things of that sort. And assuming that it is simpatico, then great, they might be a perfect agent for you. If there's still a challenge of, they have a different vision, then that doesn't mean you have to take them just because they're an agent. You can also say, no, I'm gonna look for someone else. And so don't just assume that every agent is perfect. I've had multiple agents throughout my career, and some are better than others. Let's put it that way. Some really understand and get me. Some have had, I was a cog in the wheel and not necessarily an individual, et cetera, down the line. So take that as you will. I want that to be more straight, I think. So let's straighten that leg out a little. It's a little too curved. Yeah, let's try that. It still have enough sticking power if I do that. I think it does. Okay, great. Person's gonna have like a little jumpsuit on, I think. I think that's the gist I'm going for. Why? I don't know. Okay. What other questions? Pretty colors. Pretty colors. Why does this person have such a long torso? Maybe I need to trim that up a little. I don't like that long of a torso. It's kind of fun with the leg like that now. I kind of like that. The leg has a weird little joint in it that doesn't make any sense. But I dig it. And that's what matters. What other questions do we have, folks? Let me help you. I got about an hour left to finish this thing. Is that right? Yeah. Come on. Get a little bit more glue on this guy. Okay. Now, let's draw in the shoes. I'm going to start adding some color or some darker values. Little shoe. There. Okay. What do you think about traditional versus digital art? Do publishers favor one over the other? No, they do not. I mean, you see a lot of digital art now, but I think that's primarily just because of the ease of the material. I think in reality, do they care? No, they care about a good image. They care about a good storytelling. And, you know, to be honest, I don't think it really matters to them. I think, you know, it might matter to the marketing team who says, we need to cut up all your images and put it in a flyer. And therefore, we need to make sure that it's clear, you know, or that, you know, the files work a certain way. But outside of that, I don't think there's much that that really makes a difference. I would not hesitate to work traditionally or digitally. There are certain publishers that probably lean a little bit more one way or the other, but I don't think it's consistent from one to the next. So I won't worry about it. Where is my black colored pencil? There it is. What I want to do is put in some hints of pattern and texture and whatnot in this. I'm not feeling this yet, so let's see what happens if I drop this out. What I'm going to do instead is I think I'm going to get something like this. Some little hints of pants. And then I'm going to color some of this the way that I've colored the flowers. So you get some color in there on this shirt. I need to draw, let's see, I need to get a hand holding a worm. So let's get that. I think long arms are funnier. So let's get a nice big long arm here. That's holding the worm. Somewhere out about there. Let me trim off a little excess. There we go. So I still got to get my hand on there. And I'm going to make this guy have some weird little bumps and stuff on it, just so it feels a little irregular. What other questions can I answer? I've kind of gotten into this. I like the idea of characters having like almost a single color for their whole outfit. And I know it doesn't always work, but I kind of like that idea of like they have this trying to see if I can get a little bit of this paint out here. Well, I'll do it a different way. I just think it's kind of fun when they have like almost like a jumpsuit on. I see there's a question there. Give me a second and I'll get to it. Just need to tone this one a little darker. There we go. Let's see. Which kind of white pencil do you use to draw over your collage? I always struggle to add light marks, dark paint with colored pencils. So again, I'm using these Caran d'Ache Supra Color 2 soft pencils. This one is a, what is this? Silver gray. So I don't even have a white in this, but I do have a white Prismacolor that I use periodically. It's okay. I don't think it's the best at going on top of. I find that if I'm going to do light color on top of, I actually prefer a Posca marker for the most part. It just sticks down better. But you know, it's more pure of a color, but it's not necessary that you go to that level. I mean, that's paint instead. So if you're looking for the texture, I think you got to stay with probably the Caran d'Ache or the what can I think of it now? Caran d'Ache or the Prismacolor. I mean, you could also just use a white crayon, and that would probably work fine too. Let's see if I take off some of this pigment there. There we go. And I will draw back on top of those with color eventually here. Okay, let's get a hand in there for said figure. In a case like this, I might need to cut with this, which I don't generally like to do, but I might need to. The reason why I don't like cutting with a blade like this is just I don't like how accurate I tend to be. So I need to make it a little clunky. There's ways to do that. I get it. A weird hand. Question: do I like that hand or not? I can get away with that hand. And this person's gonna be holding a worm, so like this. Actually, yeah, I kind of like that hand. That's kind of fun. Okay. Let me get a little glue down here. The hard part is when I get small cuts like this, getting them to stick in a way without moving around and without little pieces coming up. So there we go. Okay. So that gives me enough for that hand. Let me get another hand on top of this other section, and then I was going to do a little jar in their hand too. Ooh, let's see, I got to cut that a little differently. If my wife is listening, make sure you leave the front door unlocked for our son to come home. I locked it this morning. And no one else try to come in and rob our house. Oh man, don't do that. Even though it might be fun, I don't want people to rob my house. Where's that blue? I need that blue again. I need a whole line that I had over here somewhere. I don't know where it went to. It's gotta be around here somewhere. This one. I just need a rich version of that. Being locked out in the cold builds character. It's not even that cold. I mean, he knows where to get a key. I just think it's easier on him if we don't force him to have to find the hidden key outside. Ooh, there's a hidden key. A secret key that allows you into this world. Ooh. Oh, you know what, Lauren? I'll have to post it later today, but today is Kidlit Art Postcard Day. I have the image all ready. I just didn't post it in time before today, or before this session. I'm trying to dry this without having to pull out the hairdryer, because if I pull out the hairdryer, I might risk blowing everything all over the place. We'll try it. Lauren, I have an image ready, and I will post it at 3. Or if you want to post it earlier, it's on the iPad. Let's see. Okay, let's get a little jar in here. This is the worm jar. I mean, it could be a can too, but I like something about it being a jar. It's funnier to me. So, like, is it too big? It's too big. Let's shrink that sucker. Good golly, Miss Molly. What? Land sakes? Good Lord, land sakes? I don't know what land sakes means. So I'll draw a little lid on this eventually. Glue piece is sticking to my hand. Okay, so let's, first of all, let's get this glued up right here. Can I do it this way? Oh, I think I can. Aha, I did. So those little fingies stick on there. Let's just make sure that's going to line up okay. That should be fine. Ha-ha! Ha-ha, everybody. Ha-ha! Still filming. Can't wait to see the end result. Huh. What's the best exclamation? Well, yippee ki yay. What's the one that he uses in Die Hard? Yippee-ki-yay, MFer. That one's pretty good. I'm trying to think if there's ones that I like, and I don't think I've ever used this in real conversation, but that's biscuits and gravy is a good one. I don't even like biscuits and gravy, but I like that one. Okay, now that that's stuck down a little, we can get some other little nuances and colors on the sleeves. What are some good opportunities to network when not going to art school? Is there anything specific you recommend? Yeah, I mean, it depends on where you are, obviously. But getting out to events. So the Society of Illustrators is great. Society of Children's Book Writers and Illustrators is great. Going to conferences like Icon are great. Basically just getting your face out there in front of people. Like, as much as I want to say that stuff is online, I think it really makes a difference to network. As far as getting in front of agents and art directors, there's going to be situations like going to the events for Society of Illustrators, going to the National SCBWI conference in New York, which I think is happening real soon, is hugely important and totally worth going if you get the chance. As far as other events, I mean, going out to, it's going to sound silly, but going out to galleries, going out to anywhere where there's some sort of social network is good. Online, the SCBWI does have some forums and things of the sort. The challenge that I find with those is making sure that you get yourself in front of people that will add to your experience and not just be the same. And so if you're in like a crit group at SCBWI, there's nothing wrong with the crit group. There's probably more of a challenge with a crit group that everybody is still trying to get agents and get published and things of the sort, because then you're all sort of fighting the same battle and you don't have someone there to express some ins and outs of how to manage. So I would what? Oh, the other thing that I would look into, I want to see if will this stand out there? I don't know if it'll stand out enough in that hand. That's the challenge. I really need bright pink in that hand. The other thing that I would look at is just, is there any sort of like drink and draws or things in your local community where artists get together? Not that you have to drink, but art centers, things where you are going to meet people, not necessarily that they have to be in publishing of any sort, but just other artists, because people know each other and start to, be able to reference, hey, have you been to the show? Have you seen this person? And just building a network of artists that you can rely on for what do I want to say? Like, not necessarily networking, but just for their ability to add to your language, your artistic language. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stick down this worm, big pink worm. Might end up creating a little bit more of this pink in a piece like this, just so I have the ability to put some up in some of the flowers and things of this sort. But there's a worm there. Let's go start adding in some of these worms. Worms! Zoom up here. worm right maybe there. That's good. And I might hint at this being more flowers back here too. I don't even know if worms like sunflowers, but these worms do. Why wouldn't a worm like sunflowers? Right? You know what I mean? Yeah, I do. I'm going to hide the separation of, actually, maybe I'll do this. I'll tilt it just a little bit so it rides down that edge just barely. There we go. Yeah. And stick. A bunch of worms, a bunch of worms. Worms, 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 worms. We'll get some other worms in here. I'm gonna cut out more. Let's do this. Let's cut out more when I have the chance. Pink worms, pink worms. Fish heads, fish heads. Roly poly. Fish heads. Fish heads, fish heads. Who can finish it? Let me put one right here. And sort of poking up out of the ground there. And maybe another little head poke happening like maybe here. No, that's too awkward. I'm trying to figure out like I should probably get some that actually are on the other side of these plants too. Garden eels. What are garden eels, Lauren? I don't like the term garden eels. Something like that. Okay, so let's start sticking them down. I only got an hour. Gotta move fast. No time for dilly-dallying. Okay, let's get this one stuck down. Da, 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 da. So I do think I need to add a little bit more pink up top because it's going to be so pink heavy on the bottom. I want to make sure I get enough pink on the top accordingly. And I can tint these a little bit with colored pencil, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. I just think some little hints of that kind of pink up top. So I need to make a little scrap of that here. I can do that with something like this, but trim these off. Pink worms, pink worms. Itty bitty pink worms. Trim some of these. They go behind said stalks. Okay, now let's see about getting some of this pink up top. Then I can finish the person, and then I can get some of the other objects. So let's see, I need that opera pink, which shows up in like all of my work all the time because it's a fun color. Let's get one more little scrap of trace here. Grab a brush. Also doesn't have black in it, all good. Get in here with some of this. I need a tiny bit of yellow oxide. Throw into the mix. Sort of warm it up a touch. That's too crazy. Well, I guess that's about right. Yeah. Okay. So while I let that dry, I'm going to come in with a small brush here. Find a good one that will work. So that'll be fine. Take the same color that I have here and just kind of punch up any little bit of saturation I can onto these where I deem necessary. There's my dogs going nuts upstairs. What is being asked here? Wait. Loving the thought of making an exclamation about garden eels more, though. I still don't know what garden eels are. I know what, like, eels underwater are, but I don't know what garden eels are. I didn't realize that there were eels on land. Or am I missing something? Is this some big prank that's being played on me that I should know? Maybe I can just do this and not have to put extra pink up top and just hit it with some blasts of pink on top of what's already there. That might be enough. I don't know how I would apply it otherwise. Scumble some color in here. Okay. Let's let that dry for a little bit. There. You told me, read my comments. Okay, let me go see my comments. What are garden eels? Garden eels are long, fishy guys who have one end in the sand and the bottom of the ocean, and the rest of them sticks up. Oh, so they're in the ocean, though. I thought that was like on land, like there were actual eels in your garden. Then I'm less worried. I'm less worried about them. I just don't want them near me. If that makes any sense. I don't want an eel near my face. Eels are gross. Eels are gross. I have to find a white pen that I've used. This one looks like it's promising. There we go. Maybe I'll just do this with brush. Let's find a nice detail brush. Perfect. Let's get that white paint opened up. And here's my little worms. These are all going to be very concerned with what is happening to this. One worm here. Let's get I don't know if my worms should have hats or not. I don't think they should. Let's see. They don't have scary faces like eels, you're thinking of. I know, but they're still, you know how I am with things. Just things in general. I always love doing these pieces where in like at the beginning of the session at 10 o'clock this morning, I wasn't even sure, or let's say, I guess by 10 o'clock I knew, but at 9:30 this morning when I came down to my studio, I had no clue that I was going to be drawing worms in a flower garden. It was just not on the agenda for the day. And yet here I am, painting worms in a garden. Okay, let's see. I can probably get the eyes in on said figure up here at least. Put them relatively high on the head. So again, for those that are watching or listening, rather, not rather, I guess additionally, for those that are listening, what kind of questions do you have? You want to learn about something that you didn't know? Ask me. If it's something that I know, I'll tell you. If it's something I don't know, I'll still tell you because it's funny. Lauren, it's just mayo. Okay, so you do have a question. This is from Ivy. Hello, Ivy. What sort of paper are you using for collage pieces? I am using, I will even tell you the brand. I thought, oh, here we go. I am using Strathmore Tracing Paper Smooth Surface. I just buy packs of these and I just go through them. And then I'm also using, I don't even know what brand this is, but it's just fluorescent copy paper, acid-free copy paper, copy paper. So every once in a while, like the flowers here, we're done with some of that just to get the brightness. But that's primarily it. There isn't much else paper-wise that I've introduced. The next book I'm planning on using some navigational charts and things, like introducing some things with some imagery with them or embedded on them. But that is all dependent on if I can find the right imagery for it. But that's the idea is that I'm going to do something of that sort. Whether that follows through is debatable. We will find out. But yeah, just plain old tracing paper. There's people that always ask, like, I don't know why that's, I mean, I do know why it's a fascinating question, but there are a lot of people that ask me that question about sort of what is the material that I'm using. And it's the reason that I use trace is it's a little sturdier than tissue paper, and just for wear and tear purposes. And then as well, it's not super transparent in the end, and so I like the fact that it's maybe a little bit more what do I want to say, like the color that comes through in the end, I think, is relatively clean, and you know the translucency I think just works. So that's primarily why I use it. It's nothing special. It's just I need something that's transparent. I mean, vellum's even like better, but I'm not going to spend a fortune on vellum. And tissue paper, I just feel like there's probably some way to buy a big, huge pack of it, but I also think that it's easier in my mind to not have to deal with tissue paper that tears so easily. That's one thing that I find problematic is that with tissue paper is it just doesn't have the strength like this. But let's see. Megsy Artsy, thank you, saying that you love the color palette here. Well, thank you. So I'm gonna get my worms. They're gonna have mouths and all that kind of stuff, but I just need to introduce some other colors into the mix in them. They're a little too pure right now. Add some cheeks up in here. There's a little spot of schmutz there. Okay. Now, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to grab this purpley color. I'm going to draw my lines on my worms. And then what I might do is come up in here and draw some more loose hatch marks in those. There's some wind happening outside here. I'm intentionally sort of crossing outside of these. I want that like looseness of the line work so it kind of actually breaks out of some of those. Let me see. All the notes for this are in a shared note. If you would please post them up. Oh, okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, Annie Jodeci. I don't know if that's how it's said. Jodeci, like the band, or the R&B group. I've seen that you offer a Domestica course. Really cool. Are there more courses like that in the pipeline? There are not courses for Domestica in the pipeline for me right now. I do offer mentoring that I am in the middle of some for the winter break here because I teach. And so in the middle of when there isn't much else going on, I offer some mentorships and chat with people and sort of help them with portfolios and things of the sort. But more than likely, I will do more of those over the summer. Not more than likely. I know I'm going to do some of those over the summer. They are a fun way to connect. And that way you get sort of introduction to ideas that are personalized for you. The Domestica stuff is fun, and in fact, it was very, very, very fun with the fact I got to film it in Paris. But yeah, I don't have anything like that immediately on the horizon. I think, depending on a couple of different factors in my life, I might end up doing a little bit more sort of mentoring and things of the sort later down the line. But right now, it's primarily just that one course that's out there. Let's see if I can get these little eyeballs in here. I want these guys to all be looking that direction as much as possible. Get them pointed towards what's going on here. Then Annie Jodas, Annie says, "Love your style, your shapes, your way of creative freedom." Well, thank you very much. Teacher Marin's so late to the game. I only have to look at the time here. Yeah, I'm supposed to have only 20 minutes left. We'll see if we can get there in that time frame. I don't know. It's going to be tight. It will be tight. I can get maybe at least just a touch bigger here. And then I use a little paintbrush, which I always think is really fun, is to go in here and put little teeth in. I don't think worms have teeth, but these do. And just thank you for your answer, Josie. My husband, he's Luxembourgish. So it's sometimes pronounced like a German name and sometimes like a French, similar to the English version. Josie. That's how I would say it. Josie. These guys got an underbite. Okay, let's see if we can get this figure figured out here. This person. I hope my wife has left already. Wait. ¿Se pueden comprar libros en España? Something, I'm trying to translate. Something, are the books in Spanish? I think that's what that says. If anybody can translate for me, please do. So I'm not 100% sure what that says. I have bad translation skills. Oh, can you purchase your books in Spain? I believe some can be. I know that there's Spanish versions of some of the books, some translation, but I don't know if there's. I don't think all of them have some sort of translation proper, but you should be able to get the books anywhere in the world, obviously. But I believe the Darwin one has a Spanish. I think. Oddly, there's a bunch of them that are in German. But yeah, I can't guarantee it. It really depends on the market and what is available in said given market. Give a weird. Okay, now let's get some hair in there. Now the question is, how do I want to do this hair? No, I don't like that. I don't like that line in there. Out it comes. I thought I made a good decision. I didn't. Where are we time-wise? Where are we time-wise? We're in a crunch. I can get it done. I know I can. But we are in a crunch. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some leaves on some of these plants. Pull that one out. Do it. down here instead. Let's see. How do you scan my work? So Stars on Earth, Illustrator, Spain. I said this a little bit earlier today, but I will rehash. So I use a Epson Perfection V600 scanner. It's a little 8.5 by 11, or for anybody outside of the States, it's probably close to an A4, I believe. And it's a good scanner. It is not the biggest scanner in the world, so it's I have to piece stuff together in the end, but that seems to be okay for the most part for the way that I work. That I can sort of manage it. The upside to it is just it is solid. It does not need a ton of upkeep. It is sort of a beast. It can really like just hold up over time, and so it's been a workhorse in that manner. And then also I just use Photoshop to auto or photo merge, I think is what they call it. And so I just put stuff back together that way. And so I do it in lots of small, not small, but smaller scans. Like a piece like this would probably take about 3 scans, maybe 4. And so the longest part, honestly, is just the scanning, and then Photoshop puts it together pretty quickly and without much issue. Back in the day, I wouldn't have done that at all. I would have used, I would have tried to get as big of a scanner just because of, without photo merge, it was a pain to try to fit things together. But nowadays, it's not much of a problem. I want a slightly more dense yellow. Do I have a slightly more dense yellow? I might not. I can use a little bit of a brown. I'm just questioning that. Okay, let's get this hair on this figure because this is getting to be close to the time that's going to cut me off, and I don't want to have a hairless figure. Let's see if I can get some weird sort of like get some bangs in there. That's kind of funny looking, like that. I wonder if I can get it so it's closer to that ear. Okay, so maybe I need to trim those bangs this way. Okay, and then I will cut it so it's not in the back, and then I'll draw a bunch of black lines on it to make that feel like hair.
this up just so I have that little bit of ear. There we go. Trim this so it goes back behind ever so slightly. Whoop. And then got that ear right there. Beautiful. Let this dry for a minute. And then I will come back with my got some bangs in there. There's a little hair there. Let's see. Let's give. I'm trying to think if there's any other variations I want to do on any of this before we run out of time. Jameer, this piece has such childlike joy in it and so much artistic sophistication. Thank you. I realize these are a little bit too like structured on some of these, so I'm going to make these a little bit more irregular. They're a little too even. On some right there. Okay, now let's get to our ground plane here. Let's get some this. I need the yellow that I had before, which I think I put back in there. Yes, I did. Let's put some little pops of color in the background so it feels like that's also some sunflowers back here. What do I do with that green now? Is that green? How's that one show up? Okay. I want the green that I have though, and I don't know where I put it. All right. Might have to just choose. Oh, it may have been this one. Let's see. Oh, it was. Okay. Okay, we are getting close. We're getting close, folks. We have about 4 minutes left. Let's see how much I can get done in that time frame. Let's get something like this. Just soften up some of those shadows so they're not as pronounced. Or not so textured, let's put it that way. Let's get one more little flower down in there.
Little touches there. I want a little bit of pink. From these guys. I really don't know what happened there. A piece of glue. Maybe it's just a piece of glue. Okay. So, before I run out of time here, how do you decide who you choose to talk in these Gavin Doodle meetings? So my wife and I have an ongoing list of illustrators that we like, and it's not just. I mean, it's we like them all. Don't get me wrong there, but there's also the idea of we want to make sure that we have a diverse group on, and so there's this. There is a sense of like trying to figure out who is the best person to have on during different months, and so like we try to have some folks that are relatively new, some folks that are that have been around for a while, and try to mix up that so it's varied, and so it's just a combination of sort of that plus we go out to the library and find people that we like, and some people we've had on the list that we've been asking for ages, and every once in a while they'll say like I can do it 3 months out, and so it may not be an immediate sort of person that we have on right from the get-go, and so there's lots of that kind of like managing a list of folks. Like right now we're booking out until I want to say end of March, maybe April at this point, and it's just sort of a variety of folks. But every once in a while I'll get an agent that writes me and goes like, hey, can this person be on? And that's cool because all of a sudden it's like, why are agents even noticing this little old thing? But yeah, that's the gist of it. I'm going to, whoa, I didn't mean to do that. Let's grab these. I'm going to amp up these. A little bit of cheek. A little bit of a, like, chin here. Tone that down just a touch. There we go. That does not feel steady. Okay. I think that may be it. Let me set the stuff away that I like to do it at the end. Ooh, I have swatches of color I didn't even come close to using. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna clean off the space just a touch. Keep it simple like that. Let's get these colors back over here. And then I'll grab a way to make this be visible on the end. I think makes it look nicer, which is I grab a board that is black. There we go. I move stuff off to the side. I'll deal with the rest of the cleanup later. Put this board down, and then you can really see sort of the color pop a little bit better. So let me see if I can get this angled a little bit better for us here. And that's what we'll end on. I have tried Stars on Earth, Illustrator Spain. I have tried digital. I prefer traditional. I have no problem with digital, but I'm a traditional artist by trade. Let's put it that way. So this is curly, just so you can see. But that's the gist of what I made today. So I will end on that. Everybody have a lovely day. I will see you next week with another Gavin Doodle on Thursday, 2 o'clock. With Anna Sussbauer. All right. Bye, everybody.